Okay, so yeah, welcome back. So I'm gonna introduce Philip very briefly, and then you can start.
Okay.
So Philip Roth is a science studies and digital media scholar with a doctorate in sociology. He investigates how changing discursive and material conditions affect science and its relationship to society using historical and qualitative social research methods. His work has focused on the history and research policies of medicine and the biosciences, the sociology of online participatory cultures, as well as post-structuralist social theory and biopolitics. In current research, he is investigating the entanglement of online information flows with the epidemiology of COVID-19 during the recent pandemic and the role of software in science, as well as the hacker ethic behind scientific communication. And we are very happy because he just published his book, Medicine as Science, in Nomos.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Thanks. Okay, thanks for this introduction, everybody. So I will be presenting first early ideas on the last thing that Anna mentioned, like this idea of like a hacker ethic behind scientific communication. So just to let you know, so these are all very early ideas for possibly a future research project that I want to pursue. So there are many threads, there's no clear storyline yet, and no guarantee for coherence. And so what I'm interested in is just to find approaches that I can use to investigate how scientific communication has become infused with what I would see as social and cultural qualities of like a computer or geek or hacker culture. I hope I'll make this a little bit more clear, though I don't have a good definition of what I mean by computer, geek, or hacker culture yet. And how these influences then also shape the constitution of research cultures or how they are constituted. And then at some point, I would like to know how I can use all these ideas I have to maybe write a sort of history or genealogy or archaeology of digital scientific communication and its infrastructures. So this is what I want to go through here. So first, I just want to try and state as clearly as I can what I'm interested in and how I want to get there. Then I want to open up what I call my conceptual toolbox. There's like different approaches or theories or ideas that I want to apply, networks of expertise, cognitive assemblages, like the history of the scientific paper and the idea of recursive publics. And then I will just briefly give what I call empirical sketches to kind of illustrate where I want to go with this. And my conclusion will also consist of open questions I have. So where I'd like to go, I'm interested in examining how various media and technologies have impacted scientific communication, and especially how software and the internet have in this course reconfigured how scientific communities are constituted and how they have transformed what César calls imagined publics of science. So my working hypothesis for the moment is more or less what I already said, that scholarly communication on and through the internet has led some, maybe all, I don't know, that scientific communities to become infused with characteristics of what we could call like a geek hacker computer culture. What does that mean? I think this means that they are characterized by hybrid features. So of course, they still maintain traditional qualities of research cultures, scientific discourse and self-regulation, all these kind of things, but also an understanding of like the moral and technical order, which includes the maintenance of the basic structures that enable scientific discourse. And this is what the hacker culture kind of brings with it. So in a sense, I would hypothesize that there is a reassembling of the relationship between discourse or maybe scholarly content and like the technical aspects of scientific communication, especially things like editorial processes, the distribution of scientific texts, the indexing and sorting and all these sorts of things. And so my aim is to, kind of reveal an image of science that is specific to this sort of culture, and maybe in the end also contribute to discussions about the openness of science from an angle that kind of looks at how different actors participate in the making and maintaining of scientific communication practices and its structures. How do I want to get there? Well, I want to investigate the changing relationships and also the tensions that exist between these discursive and technical aspects of scholarly communication, and of course want to compare them with like the self-understanding or the institutions that shape what we could for the moment call like traditional scientific communication. So I'm interested in showing how the idea of like an autonomous and self-regulating scientific community has been entangled with features of the recursive public. That's a concept coming from Christopher Kelty, as well as with, of course, automated mechanisms that help constitute a field or research culture in this day and age. Empirically, this is all kind of wishy-washy still, but I thought I'd want to draw on the plurality of new forms of scientific communication, for example, preprint servers, blogs, mailing lists, post-publication peer review sites, and these sort of things. And from fields, I guess I draw on media studies, history of science, book history, SDS, and social theory. So my conceptual toolbox, as you already saw in like the structure to my talk, consists on the one hand of, or for the moment at least, the concept of networks of expertise to kind of analyze shifts in what I call editorial expertise, for lack of a better term at the moment, the concept of cognitive assemblages to kind of show how this editorial expertise has become redistributed between human and machine cognizers, as Hales calls them. Both seem quite apt approaches for me because they draw on this sort of network and rhythm model for explanation, and they are both historically conscious. And since I like to work with historical approaches, kind of seems fitting to use this. And then I also want to draw on like the book history / or history of science that kind of presents us the entangled history of scientific information and kind of debunks the myth of the scientific paper, kind of as a baseline to investigate current forms of scientific communication. And what I also mentioned already, like this idea of or theory of recursive publics, to get a better grip on how this geek or computer culture has influenced like mechanisms and structures of scientific communication. So what are networks of expertise? The term was coined by, or the concept was developed by Gil Eyal. He's a sociologist out of Columbia, and of course draws on ANT and other known SDS kind of approaches, and more or less argues that it's important to distinguish between the expert and expertise as two different modes of analysis, meaning that we need to refrain from looking at phenomena of expertise always as an individual possessing special knowledge, but instead turn to expertise as like an emerging phenomena between diverse actors, devices they employ, the institutions in which they are located, the concepts they use to make sense. And so he kind of invites us to rethink expertise from the quote point of view of putting together a network that produces, reproduces, and disseminates expert statements or performances. And so, of course, such a network can have putative experts, but it also includes other elements such as clients or patients, devices, instruments, concepts, and the institutional and spatial arrangements that more or less give birth to expertise in a way. This also means that changes in this network correlate with, of course, with changes in the actors and the institutional arrangements and so forth that organize the observation and interventions of experts. And in my case, I think it's a useful approach to look at the certain knowledge in the statements about qualifying, including, excluding, and so forth, contributions to scientific communication, things that for the moment I would call it editorial expertise. I will not go, this is just his example. He uses it to kind of explain the origins of the autism epidemic in the 1980s. I will not go into details about this. If people want to know about this, I can return to this in the discussion. A second concept that I think might be useful is that of cognitive assemblages, coined by Catherine Hales, to conceptualize how computational media also act as cognitive technologies able to interpret, disseminate, and contextualize flows of information so that they become meaningful in specific contexts. And she quotes Jussi Parikka and stating how this also, of course, has an effect on how we understand power. So power is no longer circulated and reproduced solely through practices of language or discourse, but takes place in the switches and relays and software and hardware protocols and circuits with which technical media systems are made. A long quote from Hales, in my view, kind of sums it up quite nicely, is that she states, in focusing on cognition, which the reader will recall, I defined as a process of interpreting information in context that connected with meaning. I highlighted the activities of interpretation, choice, and decision, and discussed the special properties that cognition bestows, namely flexibility, adaptability, and evolvability. A cognitive assemblage approach considers these properties from a systemic perspective as an arrangement of systems, subsystems, and individual actors through which information flows, effecting transformations through the interpretive activities of cognizers operating upon the flows. Hales herself uses this approach, amongst other things, to look at what she calls the transition from print to post-print, to explain how the qualitative changes in the production of books and print media through computational media and technologies. And her primary concern in this context is with the cultural consequences that it has when cognitive tasks become redistributed between human and machine cognizers. For example, the neurological consequences of the increasing interactions of language with computer code, changes in the meaning of literacy, forms of reading, and so forth. In my case, I think this is a valuable approach to kind of see how, editorial expertise becomes redistributed between human and machines, and how this, of course, then reconfigures scientific communication and community making. My next tool out of the toolbox is the history of the scientific paper from, I called it a deconstructive perspective. Of course, that's not the term the author uses, but what César shows is how the scientific article at all came to occupy like the top of the hierarchy of the academic print media in the 19th century, even though there existed an extremely diverse landscape to communicate science at the time. And he links this ascendancy of the specialized and then also proprietary periodical press as the main venue for demarcating scientific authority and value to, amongst other, two main features. And one of them was that, especially in the first half of the 19th century, scientific and societies and associations kind of failed to provide a coherent and general venue for scientific communication. And at the same time, then starting in the second half of the 19th century, there was a need for rationalizing the subject-based literature for researchers, so they more or less just so they knew who to address with their work. And proprietary presses they offered the right sort of media and venues to take care of this, and that's the reason why the scientific paper came to be fused with the scientific journal and kind of developed out of this context, so to speak. And he also points, of course, to like cultural implications of setting on a specific genre, that the rituals associated with the scientific literature structure the everyday life of science in ways that go well beyond the formal machinery itself, the quote states. Okay, it also speaks of imagined publics of science. Should I move this out of the way because it's kind of in the way?
Yeah. Maybe you can minimize.
Yeah.
Can you put it again?
Ocultar
panel de video.
Yeah. No. I'll ocultar all that.
Yeah. Exactly.
No.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Okay, he speaks of imagined publics of science. So he links the history of the journal medium to the diverse to an investigation of the diverse conceptions of publics that coexisted in other media and genre. Speak of the monograph or the encyclopedia and others, and how they kind of related and were transformed in the process. Or think of the Republic of Letters, synopses of research in specific fields like zoology, natural philosophy, professional scientific authors, active researchers, and so forth. And so every new format or genre was meant to address a more or less clear audience within science or a public of peers. Yeah. So just two quotes to kind of illustrate this too. We often speak as if the public is a rough synonym for all those who are not scientific practitioners, as that which lies beyond the inner sanctum of scientific expertise. We might say that there is as much public inside science as outside it. So the background is this, that only in the second half of the 19th century, science becomes professionalized and a clear image of what the scientist actually is emerged. Before that, the publics inside science were quite diverse and could be consist of different actors and different readers and authors, of course. And he also states that the historical significance of the emergence of new formats and genres, which their creators intended for bringing scientific knowledge to a new audience, is not simply whether they expanded access to knowledge, rather it is that the structures of power governing the scientific enterprise were ultimately reconfigured in the image of those alternative publics. So he links kind of the structure of science to these genres, kind of in the sense that Hales quoted Parika in the other slide. So maybe just like try to give a preliminary definition of scientific communication. So it's all formal. I don't know if that's the right term. Communication of mainly scientists with each other through media practices that set the terms for the emergence of modern public-oriented scientific expertise, and thereby constitute and consolidate scientific communities or research cultures through imagining publics, creating and circulating professional identities, implying epistemic and moral qualities, allocating tasks and problems, and so forth. So just on a side note, scientific communication is not science communication, so it's not about the popularization of science or science journalism, although of course scientific communication has important implications on also how we understand science communication. Just to give you an idea of the myth of the scientific paper. So how did the scientific paper actually come to represent the main or the actual medium to describe scientific activity? Well, César traces it back to an instrument by the Royal Society, the Catalogue of Scientific Papers, started in 1865. And it was a project in which members of the society collected research papers out there and tried to give them a coherent form. And in this process, a novel vision of science emerged, in which science was understood as being composed of discrete papers connected to individual authors, reducing the idea of a formal scientific communication to the research article, what we still have today. And so this list of articles represented what could be called the active scientific life, that is the only legitimate contribution to growth of scientific knowledge. This was, of course, a political decision by the society, and it kind of eliminated alternative media, alternative ways of communicating science, for example, the monograph, encyclopedias, and so forth, as legitimate venues to represent scientific life or the research life. Also here, a quote just to put some flesh on these bones. So in Britain and to various extents elsewhere, practitioners of science were working to define and delimit what constituted genuinely active men of science. And in this context, catalogs of names could become acts of collective self-definition. So devising this catalog was a form of self-defining what science actually is. By focusing on scientific papers and deciding what kinds of objects that category ought to encompass, the editors of the catalog implicitly privileged a specific notion of what constituted a contribution to science. As the catalog's utility as a basis for measuring scientific productivity caught on, other forms of contribution were progressively obscured by this definition of scientific authorship. So this is just to kind of try and wrap this up through the framework of a network of expertise. So what happened in 19th century scholarly communication, you had the actors, active scientists, the academic societies and associations, Royal Society and so forth. Of course, also publishers that I haven't really talked about. You had tools like catalogs and lists of research articles, and the consequences were that they drew boundary distinctions between active researchers and others that were previously part of the scientific discourse, science connoisseurs or lay researchers or citizen scientists, avant la lettre maybe. And of course, thereby they also defined what legitimate scientific activity is by distinguishing between what is expert knowledge and what is not, namely that what is contained in primarily in scientific papers, and thereby they also determined who could legitimately decide what's a contribution to science as such and what is not. So who could in the end also work as a peer reviewer and so forth. So moving on to maybe the present or more current time. So that was just the baseline to kind of show you that, you know, we take this scientific article for granted in a way that I think we should be conscious of, that it's, you know, it also has its political history, and so it's a contingent that today lays claim to being the legitimate venue to communicating science. So yeah, just kind of a small recap maybe of my working hypothesis. So I think, or I would like to show that some of the research communities that rely heavily on the internet for scientific communication have become infused with characteristics that are akin to the computer, etc. culture, as I said. So they represent a sort of hybrid of like conventional scientific communities and what Kelty calls recursive publics. And so their communication structures maybe show features of like the closed, scientific, self-regulated research culture or scientific community, and like the open, I call it open content assessment possibilities, digital platforms, software automation, and of course also the proprietary press, which I will just skip entirely in this talk. Just a nice quote maybe that encapsulates this hybrid is that one of the core practices, it comes from a paper on the digital preprint repository archive and how it has influenced the high energy physics community, published in 2016. Anyway, the author quotes a physicist and blogger in this context, so kind of already a hybrid figure perhaps, who says that one of the core practices used in open source software is peer review, because everyone can see the code, everyone can see our work, your work. One obvious benefit of peer review is that mistakes get caught sooner. I call this Linus' law after Linus Torvalds. Sorry, I don't know who that is. With enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. So, as I said, my research interest is to kind of examine this hybrid character. So important questions or like that constitutes kind of like the conventional print form and the online form, if you want to. So questions I want to ask are like, how does addressing publics regarding technical issues of communication relate to addressing scientific publics and their discourses? How is editorial expertise reconfigured through these technologies? Of course, something that I haven't looked at so far is also what are like the legal and commercial conflicts or consequences that it has. Kelty, for example, speaks of the fact that the opposite of open in the free software movement is not closed but proprietary, signaling the complicated imbrication of technical, the legal, and the commercial. So what is this geek culture I've been referring to all this time? According to Kelty, geek is meant to signal a mode of thinking and working, not an identity. It is a mode or quality that allows people to find each other for reasons other than the fact that they share an office, a degree, a language, or nation. So forth. Okay, that's good. So, and I guess the way I read it, at least, is like the main part is that they adhere to a adhere to a moral and technical order that prioritizes accessibility and modifiability or modulation as core values. So in my case, I think this could kind of be transposed to concern the accessibility to scholarly communication, of course, like open access and all these kind of keywords. But on the other hand, also modification of the structure of scientific communication, things like preprint archives or post-publication peer-reviewed websites, and processes as defined by editorial expertise. Can you mute your mic?
Sorry, I didn't realize.
Okay. So recursive publics, he defines as concerned with both the discourse, of course, their discourse is a different discourse than the science discourse, nevertheless, and the technical infrastructure that enable the circulation of discourse within a public. So they, he says, require a kind of imagination that includes the writing and publishing and speaking and arguing we are familiar with, as well as the making of new kinds of software infrastructures for the circulation, archiving, movement, modifiability of our enunciation. So I guess what distinguishes this form from previous forms of the scholarly press is, of course, the fact that these infrastructures are homemade or self-made in a sense. And so I'm interested in asking what does it do to science when these infrastructures become homemade. So yeah, in my case, such a public would concern the making, maintaining, modifying of the infrastructures of scientific communication, which also means like interfering with or even disrupting the traditional structures of scientific communication and in brackets of scientific life, exemplified by the journal published peer review proprietary article that Cesar kind of highlights. Just here, maybe also a quote from Kelty. So the recursive public is thus not only the book and the discourse around the book, so think of the Republic of Letters. It is also the technical structure of the internet as well. Its software, its protocols and standards, its applications and software, its legal status and the licenses and regulations that govern it. This captures both of the reasons why recursive publics are distinctive. They include not only the discourse of a public, but the ability to make, maintain, and manipulate the infrastructure of those discourses as well. And they are layered and include both discourses and infrastructure to a specific technical extent. The meaning of which layers are important develops from direct engagement with the medium. It's also something I would say that distinguishes this public from any conventional scientific public. So those were the tools out of my toolbox. Now I tried to get to just to in very broad strokes, sketch directions that I think my research project could take. So interesting for me would be, as I mentioned already a couple of times, the redistribution of editorial expertise between human and machine cognizers that leads to editorial decisions being made by automated software, for example, in the case of the archive website. Also the opening of editorial processes to a new public, which makes editorial assessments based mainly on its technical proficiency. So they make these assessments because they have an affinity to software and geek culture, not because they are members of a specific scientific discourse or community. For example, the PubPeer platform would offer such an example, but also the role of application software as a technology that, according to Gittelman, imagines its users affecting what constitutes a scientific author or a scientific reader. I'm thinking of the tech typesetting software that was needed and to make for high energy physicists to actually lay out their preprints, but also conventional formats like the PDF or maybe even word pressing software like Word, of course. And so these just try to give brief empirical sketches of what that might be. So, of course, preprints stem from high energy physics. They've been around or have been popular in the field since about 1950s or 60s. And the rapid developments in the field required that researchers make their manuscripts accessible to peers around the world before they go into the peer review publication process. And usually it would be that the libraries that were attached to the labs, they would send out copies of the preprints that researchers typed up and send them around. Or also sometimes researchers could go to their libraries and send out postcards with like the references from papers that they read of preprints to kind of have them sent to their lab or to their office. And so preprints kind of complemented. They didn't really replace the peer-reviewed article. I would say they had a different community-specific function. Other fields like biology tested the preprint system, but failed only until recently, maybe. So the preprint was maybe a publication medium that is specific to the high energy physics public and had a large role in shaping the scientific community. So what about moving preprints into the digital age? According to Del Fanti, the archive grew out of a traditional epistolary exchange practice that predate digital communication technologies and have been institutionalized in a preprint culture since the end of World War II, especially in physics. I find this reference to the epistolary exchange practices quite interesting, though I don't know yet what to make of it. Okay, but anyway, archive is an internet platform established in '91. It provides access to more than 100,000 preprint publications per year in a range of fields: physics, mathematics, computer science, quantitative biology, some finance and statistics, but mainly physics and mathematics and computer science. Of course, it has a rapid publication process within hours, and publications need to master software sorting or moderator hurdles to be published on the website. And then the moderators and the software classify submissions according to these categories that you see on the right-hand side. So it's definitely a technology that kind of disrupts traditional structures of scientific communication by bypassing traditional editorial processes of peer-reviewed publication, and also redistributing editorial expertise between human and machine agents. This is a quote by Alessandro Del Fanti, kind of tried to categorize the role of preprint servers within the high energy physics community. He states that these repositories exist alongside a system of peer-reviewed journals that provide legitimacy to part of the content circulated on archives. While high energy physicists read and even cite archive papers, formal journal publications respond to the need for recognition and assessment by groups outside the strict HEP community, such as funders or colleagues in collateral fields. Archives are the spaces where boundaries of the HEP field are constituted, continuously created and maintained. Publication on archive functions as a form of certification that separates insiders from outsiders. I do not agree on this strict separation between the function that formal journal publication has and the preprint publication has, but I think there are important aspects that Del Fanti points to here. Of course, we've witnessed like a rise of preprints in recent years, especially through the COVID pandemic. And so, as I said, I would question this strict separation of the outside legitimacy attributed to peer-reviewed articles and like the inner function of the preprints. Nevertheless, preprints do have an important function to constitute the scientific community of high energy physics, which I will elaborate on on the next slide. So just questions again. So what are effects of redistributing editorial expertise between a human editor who has, of course, a subjective discretion to determine what's in and out, and of course, and on the other side, machines that use rigid software protocols to make these decisions. And also, what are the effects on authors? Like if you know that you're going to submit to a website, not an editor, like how do you change the way you write your manuscripts? What do you do? Do you adapt your text more to metadata instead of the discourse that's important in the field, perhaps? So with this website or such websites come, of course, new mechanisms that kind of sort the disciplinary boundaries, filtering software, and redistributing of important editorial decisions between, previously assigned to humans are now assigned to software, as I said, and this has effects. Just a quote from Reyes Galindo, who investigated the archive preprint repository, who states that the subject classifier is a huge benefit, who quotes a moderator of the site stating that the subject classifier is a huge benefit because then I don't need to look at the target reclassification categories myself, meaning so it's clear redistribution of cognitive tasks, editorial tasks from human to machine, because the software tells them what those are. I don't always agree with this thing. I don't always react on its suggestions, but if I think that something could be moved somewhere, then usually the system tells me right away which of the categories I'm thinking about. I just thought this was a very clear quote of a moderator of the archive platform. And of course, as I already indicated, the submissions to the archive platform are now subjected mainly to the logics of the platform rather than to active assessments of members of the scientific community. And this is significant, of course, because another quote from Reyes Galindo, submissions must go through a series of barriers that include a complex, homegrown, and constantly evolving software filtering system that can weed out papers that community-oriented objectives deem blatantly uninteresting. Consequences are that this software introduces new or enforces distinctions, hard distinctions that might have not been as rigid when you have humans making the editorial decisions. So, for example, in controversial, not so clear-cut cases, the platform software makes rigid decisions that bypass, subjective discretion of a human editor. And this can lead to researchers being ostracized as crackpots in the case of the physics community, which means that they're denied the status of an active researcher. They're denied as someone who contribute to, the myth of the scientific paper in a sense. And of course, this has, also consequences on how the boundaries of the field are constituted or reconfigured, especially towards more explorative or fringe research topics or projects. Just another quote from Reyes Galindo, who kind of makes this clear in his paper. In a controversial case in which a submission with unorthodox ideas is reclassified as general physics, this is kind of like the sidelining category of the website. When they don't know where to put papers, they put them in that category, which kind of means those are the outsiders. The multiple interpretations of the category can have definite detrimental effects on how the author is viewed by the wider physics population, irrespective of whether the driving factor of archives' internal logic is content or relevance. And this situation, he states, can have serious consequences for scientists who lean towards exploring unconventional topics or unorthodox methods, particularly when they are not in secure academic positions or when they work independently. To reiterate a point made earlier, I do not refer to far outliers who take a primarily positional stand, but to individuals close to the blurry boundaries of legitimacy. Moving on to the next sketch, the PubPeer post-publication peer review site. It's an internet platform that was launched in 2012 that facilitates anonymous post-publication peer review. And it has kind of generated has the image of being kind of like a whistleblower website for fraudulent scientific research and publications. But according to one of the initiators of the platform, I forgot his first name, Stel. He's a neurophysiologist and website developer, so maybe also like a hybrid figure, we could say. The guiding policy at PubPeer can be summarized as putting first the readers and users of published research, even if that can sometimes be uncomfortable for the authors of the publications discussed. As I indicated, also this website has its own dynamics, of course, that kind of transcend those maybe intended by the field or by its initiators. So PubPeer has seen like a wave of critical assessments of especially images in scientific publications. And it has open, quote, the reviewing of scientific literature to the masses with a lot of Photoshop experts among them, be they scientists or not. And I think this is vital. Images in publications are extracted from publication context, and we analyze using image forensics. So this means that the assessments are made based on what I call like the technical expertise, so their software proficiency, rather than on knowledge of the actual scientific discourse that these publications were intended to contribute to. And another aspect is that often this critique is applied retroactively to older papers and their images, meaning that they're using cutting edge forensics technologies to kind of examine Photoshop of the 90s, or in a sense. Maybe one last sketch is the what Gittelman has to say about the PDF format. So PDFs are arguably the dominant file format for redistributing academic texts. And what is interesting about the PDF format is that the distinction between author and reader constituted for books and conventional print culture, which was actually suspended by the internet, has been reinstated through the PDF format. So while digital objects are usually malleable across platforms and across interfaces, PDFs preserve the image of the printed page virtually unaltered, across all these platforms. So what Gittelman writes is that I'm proposing that PDF technology imagines its users, that certain uses and conditions have been built into the technology at the same time that actual users continue to imagine and reimagine what PDF files are for, how and where they work, and thus what they mean. So PDFs appear to kind of reiterate a conservative image of scientific writing that was also, that's also characteristic of the scientific paper and of authorship that is specific to print culture. So, and this seems to oppose ideals of a geek culture, the idea of openness, collaborative work, recursive publics, experimental formats, and so forth. So I'm already at the end. So these is kind of what I take away now, and I also still have a lot of open questions as I already asked them throughout the presentation, but there seems to be like a weird mix or paradox at the heart of scientific communication in the digital age, which is composed of elements of print culture or preservation of the appearance of print culture, kind of like through the PDF, and ideals that stem from a more the computer culture. So I think that any turning to computer culture for inspiration on how to improve scientific communication, make it more open through open access and so forth, must therefore maybe be preceded by a thorough analysis of how the system of scientific communication is already infused with such elements and what it does to them. And of course, so how are conventional, some open questions, I have many more, just those are the only ones I could fit on the slide. So how are conventional ideas of scientific text and authorship reassembled under conditions of digital scientific communication? How do they conflict with the traditional image of scientific communication of authorship that we have? Of course, something I haven't touched upon. What about the legal forms and licenses, as scientific communication is very much bound to the proprietary scholarly publishing houses and presses. Things I haven't really talked about is like, of course, what methodology I should apply, what sources I should consult, how to get them, what scientific community to focus on, if on any. Also something that popped up during while I was putting this presentation together is, of course, like, what about shifts in the labor relations? For example, the librarians that used to distribute these preprints and copy them, or also the secretaries that used to type up the papers of their professors and so forth. Yeah. These are more or less, this is what I have to offer. So thanks a lot.
Okay. Question?
And I think also within our group, we sort of been working a lot with this, not scientific publication, but publication sort of more generally, also sort of reconsidering our own notes of publication.
Yeah.
I'm sort of wondering if you're looking into not geek culture as a culture of science, but sort of the geek culture that comes out of network culture, comes out of this sort of hacker ethics, and how sort of what their approach to systems of libraries, archiving, and are. So I think there are many sort of interesting case studies also to compare with this sort of more science or think of the obviously like open humanities press is one example. And also the work in some of the recent books, one recent book they've done with the College of Hours is about program book, and it's sort of built on the idea of a book that can go like adopting notions of software into the print process. Or using sort of deliberate deciding not to use proprietary software, because a lot of it's almost hard to imagine how a book can be published. You also mentioned it with the PDF, but without Adobe software.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to imagine applications without these sort of proprietaries. But thinking through something that's not proprietary also allows you to think differently around performance. And there's people like around open source publishing, sort of like design agency that I'm sort of super interested in, because I'm not so familiar with this sort of more science repositories, sort of relations between them and this sort of other deep culture that comes from software culture.
And that's super interesting. So I'm also like, I'm not so familiar with the geek culture. It's like only recently that I've been trying to make sense of it. And I thought like Kelty's Recursive Publics, I thought was a good thing because it kind of gives you a good concept to just to conceptualize how the infrastructure was taken for granted for the longest time, and only through the digitalization, whatever you want to call it, it has become that actors now actively try to configure it themselves to enable scholarly communication. And I thought this was like a very interesting revelation, so to speak. And but I'd be super interested to know more about like these. I know only a very tiny fraction of like the alternative concepts, like stuff that Hales talks about in her book, for example, like some of the alternative university press foundations, the alternative forms of funding. But I have almost no clue about like the alternative formats, which I think would be very interesting to compare also.
I mean, just there are people working in Coventry, for instance, Gary Ball, and these people I think it is very interesting.
Okay.
They have a whole center around them. These are both internet print cultures. But I'm thinking, but to formulate the question, these people will do examples you showed, then the skills describes are very particular, source software culture. So I wonder to what extent the people who work in these areas identify with this sort of ethics of culture, or it's more like a sort of a random overlap.
I guess that's a question I still need to try and answer. So this is like only intuition. I would think that perhaps somebody like Paul Ginsbach, who did the archive, he's a physicist himself, and but he's also a computer programmer. So of course he doesn't. I wouldn't assume that he directly associates with like the geek culture as such, but there must be some affinity, towards it, or some features that he must have adopted to kind of come up with the idea of opening the infrastructure of communication in high energy physics in that way. So that, but it's just, as I said, I don't have any proof of that. Maybe that would be like something to look at these figures like him or Stell, who did Papier website, who's also, an active blogger, so which kind of might indicate that he has some affinity to this culture, but it would have to be something I guess I'd have to examine now.
Yeah, just contribute to what I was saying. That this group from our colleagues called Aesthetic Program. By Runson. We use this the roots in a GitLab repository, but it's also a really good feature. We have this maybe that we interact solution of things, it can be continued to do that. And just a side note too, Linux Toolbox is the creator of Linux, the Variedades system. That's why it's very, very related.
Okay,
yeah. And just commenting perhaps in terms of also, I think this approach is very important. The technical aspects of the project, the recursivity.
Exactly, yeah.
That they can build the tools that they use.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very interesting. I'm very much interested in the open source. But then when I think about publication systems, it's more difficult to think that yes, you can generate the content. Yes, you can generate some peer spaces or peer relationships. And then the technical infrastructure is where I think it's difficult to name what the RTS system, what the technical infrastructure, do I participate as a service, and therefore another repository, but do I participate as a builder, and therefore I'm a repository. They're super interesting. But those were my another comment that and perhaps also I think there are some hacker practices that happen a bit more informal, like these kind of situations, right? Where knowledge is kind of shared, appropriated, you configure mix, right? I change it and maybe I use it and maybe I publish it somewhere. So there are like more latent practices, sharing the knowledge with the hacker activity. More difficult to happen, but commonly in academia, way before any hacker naming.
No, thanks. I was also, of course, thinking about this or trying to figure things out, actually. I was also thinking that, of course, the recursive public, as you said, is concerned also the discourse is also about the technology or about the infrastructure. That's, of course, something that distinguishes it from scholarly communication. So you have, of course, the infrastructure, and you have a scholarly discourse, and you have now individuals that kind of reconfigure the technical infrastructure. And of course, I haven't really figured this out yet, but it'd be interesting to see if there's maybe like a specialized discourse within, so to speak, this larger discourse about the discourse about changing the scholarly infrastructure. So that was, just an idea. I don't know if it's, and I was thinking like maybe if you look at Paul Ginsberg's stuff, maybe if he has like correspondences or like publications that he addresses to like a more the technological peers than to the scientific peers, so to speak. But these are open questions. But thanks.
I have also to add the fact that for scientific publishing, there is not only fun and the knowledge of how to publish is uncertain, but also you are looking for the recognition of your peers and your academics. So if you are changing the book, let's say you have a new art, like a website, if you change that every 6 months, you are make a new book, a new version of the book, adding compliments or things like that, then you never have finished the book. Problem is that if you need to publish in order to get tenure or something like that, and that is never in the book. So why would specifically in Kubernetes is like you stay with the book, and then maybe you have a second edition and a review edition. But if this continues on to digital publishing, there are advantages because they're cheaper to maintain, but they are never finished.
Mm.
So you cannot present the same DOI 1 year after year, even if it's a different content.
Yeah.
Content. And also the thing, the form of the object, what kind of object are you creating? PDF, okay, electronic journal, or maybe your blog, and all of this, you can have the same article or same content published on 7 different publishing formats, like different printers. But then you can keep and present the same thing 7 times, and register that as a different thing because you can support the format. So it's like the 2 sides of the easiness, like when people say publishing, but also they never having a fun. And then if you go further, what will happen with the integration? DOIs are already even starting to be problems. If the server, and when you have your journal tags, even if you have a DOI, it's going to be difficult to recover all this in other things. Who's responsible for the digital preservation of everything that's been published or it is to be online. So it's been from the digital community that we've been arguing and talking about this for quite a while now, and we're still having answers.
Yeah.
So we have to do that, but it's a kind of topic that comes again and again. You have different needs and different hands different.
Yeah. No, thanks. Yeah, I think, but that's I think precisely what interests me, because our idea of like scholarly publishing is very rigid, and as I would, it's traceable back to the 19th century. But the technological means that we have today enable so many alternative ways of publishing, and that's a huge cause for conflict, and so I guess what for now at least, I think might be interesting is to look at what does this conflict then do, or like what's the effects, what happens to our idea of scientific communication through these conflicts, through this like breaking up of the rigid idea that scientific publication has. So maybe the PDF is like an interesting case because it kind of, it's a absolutely modern technology, but it preserves like this rigid idea that we have of scientific communication. So
It mimics.
Exactly. It mimics, and so these are kind of like the some aspects that I think would be interesting to investigate. Other than kind of, I guess what I'm trying to where I'm trying to come from is kind of like maybe we shouldn't just say open this and open that and open science and open everywhere, but kind of look at, okay, what is the technology actually doing to science? Like, this technology that we say open science in whatever forms, and maybe look at how it changes our ideas of authorship, of peer review, of scientific text, of textuality, of readers, of publics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, there are a lot of things in really interesting stuff. And I would like to put some thoughts in this direction. That I think, well, in regard to these new formats of publication, there is a bunch of things, and as you mentioned in your last answer, it's about peer review and forms of peer review, and it's about the forms of scholarly communication, but as well, and it's under different conditions. So that we can say it's not only under the condition that we say, well, there are new infrastructures, not technical. So now, as Terry Shin put it, as interstitial regimes. But there are all at the same time different questions of being the first in the field, for example, indicate firstness, the exclusiveness of being the first, having invented something, but at the same time,
it's also about societal problem solving. Can be with regard not to pandemics, and they opened in nature. The idea that we have to publish these preprints because it's important that although it's not really reviewed this knowledge, we should publish it so that because this is nevertheless the best knowledge we have. So there is also, with regard to these societal processes of problem solving, there are specific needs and therefore tensions coming in into the system. And therefore, it might be really important to look at different epistemic cultures which are more or less affected by such processes, because it's quite different from high energy physics, which is more or less an internal question. How these the dynamics of knowledge production in a specific field have changed, and therefore not the publication processes as well, and with regard to these new technological infrastructures. And they are in many cases able to build such a recursive public in contrast to other epistemic cultures which are not, because they are not that familiar. They are more users than really or the ones creating such systems. And I would say that it really depends on the differences between these epistemic cultures and on the two, I would say, lines with regard to societal questions, with regard to economics, the knowledge, the proprietary question, and the question of societal problem solving in specific extraordinary situations like the pandemic. And there might be then a good contrast because otherwise I would say it turned out to be difficult to make a cohesive study like this.
I was actually thinking that maybe a good case study would be COVID science, if you could call it that, because it's relatively recent and very much, as you said, driven by this the social impulse and but on a new or different format than conventional medical science and so forth, and so
Ali?
Right. Thanks. Appreciate it. I enjoyed very much the presentation, and to us who know you, you're going to say that this is just a more developed version of your talk on software, and certainly I see the common ideas, but I think that we also actually put it into a more general direction. And here, I think I get the impression that recently all those ideas were employed in the discourse of software. Whereas now we took some ideas from software studies to discuss scientific communication practices more generally. And I find it very interesting. And I had some similar concerns as Stefan and Lilian was asking earlier about stuff like, if I don't play the game anymore, how am I, how will I get tenure? How will I do sort of anxiety? And of course you're asking about, you're discussing here the whole system and of academic practices, right? Which certainly has become I don't know, right? These are cliche words, but has become a capital in this industry and job market, right? And I think the interesting thing here that we can, that to me, this goes back on is certain assumption about, well, of course, first of all, about ownership, that further back on assumptions about individuality.
Mm.
You know, again, you know, we heard quite a bit for the past year, say someone like Steve Fuller, arguing that equating individuality with the personhood is a very new modern idea organization fostered through print, right? Which is what you're saying in a way. Yeah, it's you know, really talk also reminding me of another talk that we heard, you and I recently heard already actually by René von Schönberg. You know, right, so one of his arguments was that we are that the academic system is rewarding the wrong thing. It's rewarding a aggressive, toxic type of competition, success in that kind of competition, where that is, you know, a competition between individuals in this modern sense that, for now, you know, it would be very difficult for us to escape. I don't know how to imagine it otherwise. My individuality corresponding to my personhood. But you know, René von Schönberg's argument was that we should, the academic system should reward not outputs but practices. Should be, this is less teleological, more deontological, perhaps, or you know, for instance, yeah, you'd say it should, the academic system should reward collaboration, like distributing ideas, not claiming authorship in that strict individual sense that gives you this moment of fame, you know, professional success. But then, of course, that notion is also very it has its own issues, right? I mean, at the end of the day, as much as that discourse sounds very appealing to someone like me, I know that I will react quite badly when I will feel that some intellectual property of mine was taken away from me, right? How can I put it, right? I mean, I can't really deny that. I don't have a clear question here, but I wanted to share this with you because we're doing things very rather experimental here and open. And so the point is, the practices for science communication, for science and science communication, which I think in your discourse you're saying they're the same thing, right? Science and science communication. You're saying, I think you're implying science is scientific communication.
Well, I'm implying that the communication about science is what mainly constitutes, you know, images or the idea of research culture, scientific communities, etc., etc.
More accurate, yes. So these practices were formed in the context where science became the practice, the modern practice which we know, which was, you know, through printing this year, through the mainstreaming of the medium of print, and in that same thing that inculcated this strong sense of individuality and hence, you know, of authorship, right?
Yeah.
So again, I don't have a clear question, but I'm, you know, kind of very interested to reflect on that. And I guess the question would be, I'm not asking if it should, but it could. Could we at all, you know, give up on this very rigid and actually not scientific, really, individual claim to authorship without undermining our equation of individuality and personhood? That would be a question to reflect on.
I don't know. I mean, maybe one thing first. I'm not trying to make any normative claims here.
I know. That is clear to me. Yes.
Yeah. So I guess what I'd be interested in is maybe asking whether the new technologies, the new media and practices that we currently have for scientific communication might be doing that themselves. Like the deconstructing or disassociating authorship with individuality, or also decomposing the idea of authorship as such, or of peers, and these kind of things. So this is more, and so maybe what I'm interested in, and I mean, we see, I mean, there are things going on because we see all these alternative forms of like scientific collaboration, of publishing, of employing software in book publications and all these kind of things, that kind of that are deconstructing the primacy of like the print idea of scientific communication. So, and on the other hand, of course, as you said, and also you, Miriam, like there's still a very very strong structure that adheres us to this idea of the scientific author and the credit that comes with it, and do we get tenure or not, and all these kind of things. So, and I guess for now, all I have is like this weird paradox in a way. So, and I just want to see what happens if we look at this paradox a bit longer, because I think that probably, that's why I have this kind of this pre-part of the scientific journal, or its very political history, and like also there it was very, very contingent that that the idea of the scientific author came about like that. That it was not natural. What science was in the first half of the 19th century has nothing to do with what we now know today, and so many people contributed to science, dukes and others that had the money, it's just like, oh, okay, science was that, and so this idea that science has a finite like project form, that has a specific that you have to publish a paper, which is also finite. It has to be a clear author and all these kind of things. Those were also, unnatural developments. It's not a natural consequence of scientific activity. And so I'm just more or less this kind of having this on the one side, and then what's happening today, kind of just as an inspiration to maybe think of are similar things going on, or are there other ways in which all these elements of what we think, the very one-dimensional idea of what science is, looked at historically, is it being reconfigured? That's all, I guess. Yeah.
Let me just.
We have 3 minutes over time.
Okay.
And we have 2 more questions.
Oh, okay.
So I just put mine as an observation and not as a question. It's been sort of observing that how every other cultural production has gone through similar discussion. But scientific publication seems like to be the last one we've gone through these discussions. And now suddenly, like, sort of with a 10-15 year delay, we haven't been in scientific communication. That's sort of reminding ourselves of the discussions from these other areas of knowledge. It's as if digital technologies could make something that has always been there a country. We've always known that cultural production is a process, but also a product, and then it seems to have been like something that has not been contradictory. But suddenly, with digital technologies, it becomes a question of property, rights, and so on, and you want objects to be archived. But we know very well that that behind that object are all sorts of cultural properties. It cannot be boiled down to an object. But suddenly it becomes an issue. So it's just an observation of how we are reiterating, and perhaps in a project like yours, if you were visiting these discussions.
No, thanks for that. It's a great comparison actually, because it gives me a model to take other cultural productions and just look at science as another form of cultural production, kind of see what's happening there.
Very quickly, thank you. And I just would like to go back to what I think Pablo has said with Recursive Public, which was very strong here. And I would say that I see there are problems that could pop up. Because
okay, I got this.
As Pablo said that, okay, Recursive Public is kind of very internet community and very ideal internet community, thinking that these people can make their tools and manipulate their tools, and users and developers always at the same time, right? So there's a certain empowerment thinking behind that. And I see also in the background of the discussion, I see a certain problem with the centralized hacking so much that you get the same they will come with a scientific publication and a certain discourse that has already been done before, which is this kind of a book of internet.
Yeah.
So the internet empowers us to get rid of the to get rid of the binary identities, to get rid of all these classical analog bad biopolitical things. And there has been tons of literature about the ends of this utopian thinking and how to re-empowerment and things like that. And I would also say that, okay, the scientific publications are very late, but I think they have their own specific controversies. And I would say that you have to I would not say it, I would think that it would be helpful to detach them from these utopias of the internet and how to reclaim the internet. So I think of people like Gerd Loving, for example, who still write like in 2016, like how to reclaim the internet. And I don't think that you want to go into this direction.
No.
So, but if you centralize Kelty so much, then I think, at least for me, also in the discussion, the image has I had the impression that all the time you have to move around a bit, that you do not fall back into the discussion.
No, definitely. I mean, I got this vibe now that, maybe good starting point. And I guess what I like about Kelty is just that he describes communities that, discourse about the infrastructure and discourse, so to speak, like this combination, which is, unique, I guess, to like internet culture. But I'm with you absolutely. And probably what I would have to look at is like scientific communication's own kind of like idealized discourses of how the openness maybe discourses how this will save science and all these kind of things. Maybe it's rather than import the ideals from a different discourse into this one.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
We have a very, very short break.
I'm not ready to go get a coffee.
Me too.
It's a survival matter. Please have coffee.
That's survival.
You just have to go on the thing. They are not allowed.
Estaba cerrada. Buenas tardes.
Hola. ¿Cómo está usted? Perdón.
¿Tienes tu presentación?
Pero estoy tratando.
Bueno, tú sabes cómo funciona esto, ¿verdad? Hay que ir al baño.
Sí, estoy
lecturer at the philosophy department of the Faculty of Philosophy here, and at Catlan in UNAM. He's a candidate in philosophy by the doctoral program in philosophy. He has participated in several research projects such as memory and writing, politics of memory, the question of the subject in history, dictionary of debate, alternatives and exclusions, contemporary strategies for reading Greco-Roman antiquity, and digital tools for research in the humanities. His lines of work are the relations between technology, aesthetics, and politics, and the speculative columns of the philosophy of technology, language, and the body. He has also worked on the theoretical problems of the digital humanities, especially the question of graphical data visualization and text mining and distance reading. He was a member of the executive committee of the Network of Digital Humanists. He currently coordinates the research project Seminario de Tecnologías Filosóficas, and is coordinator of the redesign of the humanities area of the Common Curricular Framework of a Higher Secondary Education Program in the sectoral coordination of academic strengthening of the Undersecretary of Higher Secondary Education of the Ministry of Public Education. Somewhere in higher education. Yeah, so please, Francisco.
Bueno, para hacerlo más difícil, todo esto, tanto su viaje como la llegada a la Ciudad de México, ¿no? Por la altura, voy a hablar en español, ¿sabe? Primero, muchas gracias por escucharme en español, ¿no? Y voy a tratar de generar una discusión también con lo que estamos trabajando en México, aquí en la Facultad de Filosofía y Letras. Quienes hablen español, ¿no? Pueden seguir la charla, ¿no? Quien quiera hacer preguntas, quiera comentarlo, Ana María nos va a ayudar, ¿no? Para esto. Ok. Bueno, como escucharon, soy el coordinador del Seminario de Tecnologías Filosóficas, el coordinador de este seminario. Voy a presentar un proyecto de este seminario, ¿sí? Un proyecto que tomamos metodologías digitales y filosofía de la tecnología. Esto es un cruce entre filosofía de la tecnología y tecnología digital. Voy a presentar la página del seminario. Esta es la página del seminario. Ustedes pueden conocerlo, ¿no? Nos dedicamos básicamente somos un grupo de filósofos y filósofas que hacemos filosofía de la tecnología y tratamos de generar a partir de la filosofía de la tecnología experimentos digitales. Y en relación con estos experimentos digitales, hay varias líneas de trabajo, ¿sí? Una de estas líneas de trabajo tiene que ver con el problema de la localidad, ¿sí? Con el problema de la producción de conocimiento filosófico en México. Esta es nuestra línea, una de las líneas principales. Y en relación con esto, el proyecto que voy a presentar ante ustedes y algunos resultados y algunas cuestiones es que se llama Tesis Filosunam o Genealogía Digital de la producción de discurso en los trabajos redaccionales de filosofía de la UNAM. Voy a tratar de explicar y ver cuál es, de qué se trata este proyecto, ¿sí? Son sobre tesis de filosofía, ¿sí? Ahorita voy a regresar a esto. Muy bien. Ok, la charla que quiero compartirles se llama Condiciones de publicidad del discurso filosófico producido en la Facultad de Filosofía y Letras, UNAM o Tesis Filosunam. Digamos, como somos un grupo de filósofos y filósofas de la tecnología, desde México, en México, nos enfrentamos con el problema de la producción del saber, ¿sí? Local completamente. Es decir, ¿qué significa hacer filosofía en México? ¿Qué significa hacer filosofía en la Facultad de Filosofía y Letras? ¿Qué significa hacer filosofía en español? ¿Cómo poder determinar el discurso que hacemos las filósofas y los filósofos mexicanos en México. ¿Sí? Ok, ¿qué hacemos? ¿Sí? El seminario de tecnologías filosóficas o hashtag seminario TF comienza en abril de 2013, así que ya tenemos casi 13 años trabajando en esto. Nuestros objetivos principales son dos principales, ¿no? Es una genealogía de la relación entre el pensamiento filosófico y la tecnología básicamente digitales. Es decir, hacemos historias de la relación entre el pensamiento filosófico y la tecnología en sus diferentes variables, ¿vale? Ahora es mucho más fuerte la tecnología digital, ¿sí? Pero hubo otros momentos donde hubo otras relaciones entre la tecnología y la filosofía. Y en esa relación, nosotros hacemos experimentos, ¿sí? Y estamos haciendo un experimento digital. Hay una tesis fuerte que no voy a discutir. Bueno, si quieren discutirla, pueden hacerlo, pero no voy a avanzar aquí. Es que estamos suponiendo que la práctica filosófica, el mismo hacer filosófico, el mismo pensamiento filosófico, es una tecnología. ¿Sí? Es un planteamiento que es problemático, pero nos ayuda de manera como una hipótesis para poder trabajar posteriormente en lo que hacemos. ¿A qué le vamos a llamar tecnología? De manera parcial, a estas estructuras maquínicas cuyas operaciones, funciones y procesos producen y reproducen cualquier acontecimiento. Ok. ¿De dónde viene esto? ¿Sí? Viene de Walter Benjamin, viene Gilbert Simondon, ¿sí? Viene de Michel Foucault, de Gilles Deleuze, es decir, los autores que hemos discutido en el seminario. ¿Sí? Son nuestros autores y es nuestra hipótesis de trabajo. Entonces, suponemos que la filosofía, el ejercicio filosófico, está construido como una individuación tecnológica, un objeto tecnológico, ¿sí? Un acontecimiento tecnológico. El ejercicio de la filosofía se puede describir, el ejercicio de la filosofía en México se puede describir como una tecnología. ¿Sí? Es un concepto amplio de tecnología para permitirnos trabajar de manera teórica, pero al mismo tiempo hacer experimentos digitales. ¿Sí? Es operativa nuestra definición. Y nuestra tecnología filosófica en México implica, como ustedes saben, relaciones con instituciones de investigación, el Estado. Solamente para comentarles de manera muy sencilla, nuestra Academia Filosófica Mexicana tiene no más de un siglo. Somos una academia muy, muy joven, es decir, de principios del siglo XX para acá. ¿Sí? Tratamos de hacer filosofía. ¿Sí? Entonces somos una academia muy joven. ¿Sí? No como las academias europeas que llevan siglos llevando ese tipo de prácticas. Pero también hay otros elementos, otras relaciones, otras instituciones, como procedimientos editoriales, que es algo sobre lo que me gustaría centrarme acá en un momento. Y operaciones educativas, es decir, el seminario también se ha dedicado a investigar cómo nos reproducimos los filósofos, es decir, nuestras técnicas de enseñanza, ¿sí? Nuestras técnicas de dar clases, cómo damos clases, de qué manera. Hay algo que hemos encontrado de manera muy fuerte, hay una influencia, una gran influencia del pensamiento alemán en la academia mexicana. Voy a tratar de mostrarlo, ¿no? De cierto grupo de filósofos alemanes de principios del siglo XX, es muy fuerte esta influencia y pero también en la forma en cómo nos enseñamos filosofía. Tienen que ver también los financiamientos, ¿no? Los financiamientos son parte de una tecnología filosófica, las determinaciones históricas. Si uno le pregunta a un filósofo mexicano cuál es el sentido de la filosofía en México, va a utilizar un concepto ilustrado de él, ¿sí? Por otro lado, las políticas, las alianzas políticas. Los filósofos mexicanos, para poder mantenernos con vida, hemos hecho muchas alianzas con políticos, ¿sí? Esto es, vamos, se puede historizar de manera importante. ¿Y por qué estoy señalando esto? Van a ver de qué manera voy a tratar de fundamentar. Y por otro lado, por supuesto, ustedes están discutiendo esto, lo que he alcanzado a escuchar, ¿no? Los aparatos de producción y reproducción de ese discurso, ¿no? Los media, ¿sí? Esto es importante en relación con la producción de un discurso, de un saber filosófico. Y en México, como en cualquier otro lado. Ok. Ahora voy al proyecto que voy a presentar ante ustedes, que ya presenté la página, que como les digo es una genealogía de la producción colectiva del discurso filosófico en México. ¿Qué significa esto? Si uno se pregunta en México cuáles son las obras más importantes, cuáles son los filósofos más importantes mexicanos, no sé a quién conozcan, quizá conozcan a Leopoldo Sea, quizás conozcan, Ana María citó a Bolívar Echeverría, ¿sí? Son un puñado muy pequeño, ¿sí? ¿Por qué pasa esto? ¿Dónde está el discurso filosófico mexicano? No en los grandes nombres, no en las grandes personalidades, como en la tradición europea o norteamericana, ¿no? Tenemos a Heidegger, a Jaspers, o sea, grandes pensadores que encarnan el pensamiento y la tradición. Parece que en México existe más o se puede narrar la historia del pensamiento filosófico en México en este siglo, o siglo y medio, ¿no? Como un pensamiento colectivo. ¿Dónde está ese pensamiento filosófico? Está en las tesis, ¿sí? Ahí está, en ese conjunto de obras. Por otro lado, esta línea nos lleva a discutir la historiografía de la filosofía en México usando metodologías y herramientas digitales. Eso es lo que hacemos, ¿sí? El proyecto de genealogía digital de la producción del discurso en los trabajos recepcionales de filosofía en la UNAM estamos discutiendo la historiografía, es decir, cómo nos contamos la historia del pensamiento filosófico mexicano, ¿sí? Usando metodologías y herramientas digitales. Okay. ¿De dónde sacamos nuestro corpus? ¿Sí? Como les digo, como filósofos y filósofas de la tecnología, estamos utilizando metodologías de las humanidades digitales, ¿sí? Digital Humanities. De ahí estamos nosotros usando ciertas metodologías y poniéndolas a discutir con la historiografía de la filosofía en México. ¿De dónde sale nuestro corpus? De la base de datos pública de las tesis de filosofía de la Dirección General de Bibliotecas de la UNAM. ¿Sí? Todas las tesis que hacemos en la UNAM, como en la mayoría de o en muchas de las instituciones universitarias, todas las instituciones superiores, son públicas. ¿Sí? Sí, casi todas, ¿sí? Pero en la UNAM, bueno, sí, a menos que tú lo pidas, pero bueno, casi todas las tesis son públicas, ¿sí? Entonces ustedes pueden conocer la producción, ¿sí? De lo que hacemos aquí en México. Y como son públicas, pues nosotros construimos un proyecto digital para conocer qué tipo de discurso hacemos los filósofos y las filósofas en México, cuáles son nuestros temas, qué problemas estamos trabajando. ¿Sí? Eso es lo que estamos haciendo. Hay algo muy importante que quisiera señalarles. Nos preguntamos cómo se crea, cómo se construye esta base de datos de manera histórica. Es decir, hay como un efecto con los datos digitales, como en cualquier forma de dato, que parece que es natural. ¿Sí? Como que ahí está, es natural y no ha sido construido. La base de datos de las tesis, ¿sí? Tiene muchos errores y la mayor parte de nuestro trabajo ha sido limpiar esos errores tipográficos y introducir información valiosa. ¿Sí? Que ahorita voy a tratar de señalarles cuál es. Ok. ¿Cuál es nuestro corpus? Es de 1928 a 3000, perdón, a 2017. Sí, perdón. Sí, a 2017. Y son las fichas catalográficas. Usamos las fichas catalográficas y aquí no se ve los datos, o ya se salió mi. Bueno, y lo que utilizamos son estas fichas catalográficas. ¿Sí? ¿Por qué? Porque nosotros suponemos que ahí hay una historia de cómo se construyó el pensamiento filosófico en México. Hay marcas. ¿Eh? Hay marcas que tienen que ver con aquello que estamos estudiando los filósofos y las filósofas en México. ¿Eh? De principio tenemos 3,835 fichas con datos. ¿Qué tipo de datos? Déjenme, ahí no se ve bien. ¿Puedo hacer esto más pequeño? A ver si. No, no me va a dejar. Se salió, no me deja. Bueno, si ustedes ven, aquí vienen los datos que tenemos. Tenemos el título, el sustentante, el año de publicación de la tesis, el grado de los autores, el grado de la tesis, aquí son maestría. Tenemos al asesor, al advisor, ¿no? Tenemos la instancia de la universidad, porque hay muchas instancias, ¿sí? Entonces, hacemos clusters con estos datos. Es decir, investigamos estos datos y luego los cruzamos. Les voy a mostrar una manera muy sencilla que esto funciona. ¿Sí? ¿Qué tenemos aquí? Los que están en medio son los asesores. ¿Sí? Y los que están a los lados son los tópicos de las tesis, de los títulos de las tesis. Entonces, podemos saber quién ha trabajado el tema de filosofía. ¿Sí? Pero lo podemos hacer por año. Por ejemplo, de 1975 a 1995. ¿Sí? Entonces sabemos, por ejemplo, Adolfo Sánchez Vázquez, que quizá ¿no? conozcan, hayan escuchado, un marxista muy importante. ¿Sí? Esos son los temas que revisó, que asesoró. ¿Sí? Por ejemplo, Kant, quien trabaja Kant, todos estos asesores. ¿Sí? Jorge Morán y Castellanos, Antonio Luis Marino López, Rodolfo Cortés del Moral, Cesario Morales, ¿eh? Es decir, asesores que han trabajado en la construcción de este tipo de conocimientos. Por ejemplo, México, ¿cuántas tesis hay sobre esto? ¿Sí? Pero no solamente. Ok. ¿Quieres ver Marx? Ok, Marx. Sí, ok. Aquí está. ¿Sí?
I thought it was more. Okay.
Un dato, ¿vale? Ahorita te doy un dato.
Estos temas, los autores que trabajan, los autores, están extraídos de las keywords que ustedes utilizaron para...
De las fichas catalográficas. Sí, o sea, es decir, es raw data. O sea, es data. ¿Sí? Ok. Aquí están por años y sabemos tendencias de producción. ¿Sí? Como tenemos de 1928 a 2017, sabemos que la filosofía en México empezó con muy pocos trabajos. 3 trabajos en 1928 y donde más hemos producido es en 2015 tesis. Pero al mismo tiempo podemos separarlas por género. No hay un año en todos estos 90 años en donde las mujeres hayan producido más tesis que los hombres. ¿Sí? ¿Esto importa? ¿En qué sentido importa? ¿Sí? Y tenemos también los grados. ¿Sí? ¿Cuántos son de licenciatura? ¿Cuántos son de maestría? ¿Y cuántos son doctorados? ¿Sí? Aquí tenemos un número, ¿no? De licenciatura son 2,102 tesis, de maestría son 1,210, de doctorado 516. Es decir, va bajando la mitad porcentual por cada grado. ¿Esto es importante? ¿Por qué es importante? ¿Sí? Entonces, empezamos a trabajar en relación con este tipo de datos. Regreso a la presentación. Entonces, tenemos este corpus y comenzamos a trabajarlo. Se salió, ¿no? Hay una tendencia en la producción, si ustedes ven la gráfica, hay una tendencia que comienza a crecer la producción de tesis, de trabajos terminales, por ahí de los años 80, y explota, vamos, hay una subida muy fuerte en los años en 2000, más o menos. ¿Por qué? ¿Cómo explicamos esto? ¿Sí? ¿Cuáles son las causas de esta tendencia? Hay muchas razones que hemos investigado, es decir, aquí hay marcas históricas de esta producción. ¿Sí? ¿Qué es lo que podemos descubrir? Ok, en 1980 se creó el Consejo Nacional para la Ciencia y la Tecnología. ¿Qué significa esto? Es una institución del Estado que busca profesionalizar la producción de conocimiento. ¿Sí? Entonces, básicamente lo que significa es que criterios estatales modificaron la producción del conocimiento filosófico. Pero aparte hay otros datos que son importantes aquí. A partir de 1980, ¿no? Se comienza a masificar la filosofía en México. ¿Qué significa? Hay la cantidad de personas que entramos a la licenciatura, que entramos a las carreras, se triplifica, ¿no? Es decir, crece exponencialmente. ¿Sí? Hay demasiados estudiantes de filosofía. Solamente les doy un dato, la Facultad de Filosofía y Letras estaba pensado para 800 personas. Actualmente somos 15,000. ¿Sí? Es decir, hay una masificación, ¿no? De la filosofía en México. ¿Hay una necesidad social de muchos filósofos en México? La sociedad mexicana necesita discurso filosófico, ¿para qué? ¿Hay un cambio en nuestro discurso? Hay marcas en las tesis sobre esto. Okay. Sigo. Les doy un dato muy fácil que se puede hacer con un corte en el corpus de data, ¿no? Podemos cortar en 2 años, en 2 grandes bloques. El primer bloque de 51 años, de 1928 a 1979, y el segundo bloque de 37 años, de 1980 a 2017. En el primer bloque se produjeron 269 tesis, que significa, en esos 51 años, 5.25 tesis por año. Mientras que, ¿no? En los 37 años siguientes se produjeron 3,570 tesis, que del total de las tesis son 96.51 tesis por año. Es decir, en los últimos 37 años se han producido casi el 93% de tesis en la facultad. ¿Cómo explicamos esto? ¿Sí? ¿Cómo le damos sentido a estos datos? ¿Sí? ¿Tiene que ver con qué? Ok. Entre 1900, en los datos hay una caída que rompe el proceso exponencial de producción. Entre 1999 y 2000 hay una caída en la producción que le tomó a la facultad superar 5 años. ¿Cuál es la causa de esto? Una huelga estudiantil. Una huelga estudiantil se nota en la producción de las tesis, en las tendencias de producción. ¿Sí? Ok. Oh, se fue mal. No puedo cambiarlo. Estoy intentando. No. César, a ver, si puedo hacer esto. Es que esto te va a gustar, César. Y no me deja. A ver. Voy a dejar de compartir. Tantito. Muy bien. Hagamos un análisis de texto de los tesis, ¿no? Bajo la otra para aquí, en inglés. ¿Cuáles son las 10 palabras más usadas en los títulos de las tesis? Filosofía, pensamiento, concepto, ética, crítica, teoría, problema, política, ciencia y análisis. ¿Esto marca el carácter del pensamiento que hacemos en México o no? ¿Podemos extrapolar este resultado a una afirmación como que a los filósofos mexicanos nos interesa la política y la ética? ¿En términos de trabajo colectivo o no? ¿Se puede llevar a cabo esto? ¿Podemos afirmarlo o no podemos afirmarlo? Por ejemplo, esto te va a gustar. ¿Cuáles son los autores que más aparecen, que aparecen de manera más frecuente en las tesis de filosofía que se han hecho en estos años? Hegel es el primero. Entonces, la filosofía mexicana es hegeliana.
I'm the product of my society.
Su origen, su cruz. Los filósofos mexicanos somos hegelianos y nos importa la política y la ética. El segundo es Nietzsche, tercero Kant, cuarto Aristóteles, quinto Platón, sexto Heidegger, séptimo Marx, los alemanes, y Foucault, francés. ¿Cómo poder evaluar esto? Está la marca en los datos, en los textos. ¿Cómo poder analizarlo? ¿Qué significa? ¿Sí? Ok, vamos a otro. Vamos a algo de género. ¿Sí? A ver. Hay marcas de género muy importantes que creo que señalan los problemas que tenemos ahora en la facultad con los movimientos feministas. Es una de las razones, creo. Las tesis, en total, hechas por mujeres, female, es la etiqueta, son 1534. y male, ¿no? Masculino, son 2.305. La diferencia son 771 tesis. ¿Qué significa? Que en masculino hay 60% de las tesis en esos 90 años son hechos por hombres. Y 40% de mujeres. La diferencia es un 20%. ¿Sí? ¿Esto es relevante? Vamos a hacer un ejercicio. Hagamos estos dos bloques, de 1928 a 1979, en donde había 269 tesis. La diferencia entre ellas es 32.34%. Si agarramos el otro bloque, si tomamos el otro bloque, la diferencia se reduce, 19.16%. Esto significa que la brecha, no me gusta la palabra, ¿no? La brecha de género se ha reducido, es decir, hay más tesis femeninas actualmente. ¿Significa que la facultad es más inclusiva en este sentido? ¿O no? Está la marca en la producción de los datos. Esta es la diferencia. ¿Sí? De 32% en 51 años se redujo a, en los últimos 37 años, a 19%. ¿Sí? ¿Cómo poder evaluarlo? Hagamos otro dato. Tomemos una institución donde también se hace filosofía, que es la Facultad de Estudios Superiores Acatlán. No es la Facultad de Filosofía y Letras, es otro campus. Ahí, la FES Acatlán comenzó labores en 1976. El primer egresado de filosofía es en 1981. De 1981 a 2017 han salido 224 tesis. Son muy pequeños la FES Acatlán. Pero, como ustedes ven, hay una tendencia. Es decir, crecen también exponencialmente en su producción. Si revisamos el género, son los últimos 30 y tantos años igual. La diferencia entre las tesis de hombre y mujer, entre masculino y femenino, es 20.54%, lo que significa que la tendencia se mantiene. ¿Sí? Es decir, la producción de las tesis de la Facultad de Estudios Superiores se mantiene con, ¿no?, la diferencia de género de las tesis en total. Vayamos a otro punto. Son las tesis igual, ¿no?, de trabajados por masculino en la Facultad de Estudios Superiores Acatlán. Esta es una nube de palabras, ¿sí? Y esta es una red de nodos de estos mismos temas. Y esta es la de femenino. ¿Hay una diferencia entre los temas trabajados entre masculino y femenino? Sí. Es decir, las tesis con la categoría femenino están preocupados por el lenguaje, principalmente por la hermenéutica, mientras que las de masculino están preocupados por el pensamiento y la crítica. Hay una diferencia, es decir, si analizamos más profundamente, encontramos que las tesis hechas o que tienen la categoría masculino y las tesis que tienen la categoría femenino tienen temas diferentes. ¿Pero eso a qué se debe? ¿Se debe al género o se debe a los asesores que eligen las estudiantes? No me voy a meter en eso. Ok, hagamos otro punto. Las tesis sobre técnica y tecnología. De esas 3.835. Solamente hay 61 tesis sobre este tema. Básicamente es el 1.59 tesis del total. Y comienzan en el año 2000. Es decir, la preocupación por la tecnología en el cuerpo de filósofos y filósofas de la UNAM es muy reciente. ¿Sí? Hace apenas 20 años, 30 años. ¿Sí? Pero la tendencia es creciente igualmente. Y el grado de estas tesis es licenciatura, el mayor, ¿sí? Es decir, el tema de tecnología y o técnica se trabaja principalmente en las tesis de menor grado. ¿Sí? Esto es importante. ¿Cuáles son los tópicos trabajados y los autores trabajados? De nuevo, alemanes. Heidegger, Marx, Benjamin, pero aparecen dos de la tradición hispanoamericana, Gauss y Ortega y Gasset, pero básicamente son dos autores vinculados con la tradición alemana. ¿Sí? Y estos son los temas: técnica, tecnología, ciencia, mundo, tecnología moderna, técnica moderna. ¿Sí? Y está muy vinculado con la producción de la ciencia. Y vayamos al último parte, que es algo muy importante, ¿no? Que estamos trabajando en este momento, es la publicación de las tesis. ¿Qué significa propiamente esto? Es decir, si en otras universidades hay programas para que al momento de terminar el trabajo terminal de cualquier grado, se puedan publicar como libros posteriormente, en México no lo tenemos. ¿Qué significa esto? Que impacta poco el trabajo, ¿no?, en un medio más allá de la propiamente académico. Aquí hay 4 libros, ¿no?, que son muy importantes. Luis Villoro, José Manuel Villalpando, Rosario Castellanos y Elsa Cecilia Frost. ¿Sí? Todos estos son libros, fueron tesis de maestría principalmente, que después fueron publicados como libros en grandes editoriales mexicanas e hispanoamericanas. Pero, a ver, de esas 3,835 tesis, 3,840 tesis, tomemos un corte. Tomemos el corte de 1928 a 1990, que son 629 tesis. ¿Cuántas tesis fueron publicadas de esas? Básicamente 56 tesis, que lo que nos da es un 8-9% de esas tesis. Es decir, ¿recuerdan esta tendencia a la alza de producción de tesis? Es decir, esta tendencia a producción de discurso filosófico, esta masificación de la filosofía, parece que no tiene un impacto en la producción de libros, ¿eh?, que puedan tener un impacto fuera de la propiamente académico. Las editoriales en que fueron publicadas son universitarias, comerciales, de instituciones educativas. Esto lo quiero señalar muy fuerte. Muchas de las tesis o muchos de los trabajos de filosofía que se publican en México salidos de la UNAM son publicados por la SEP, por la Secretaría de Educación Pública, no propiamente por la facultad. Y por otro lado, hay muchas autopublicaciones. Perdón. ¿Sí? Es decir, son estos 4 medios como se publican. Les voy a poner 2 ejemplos. Aquí tenemos una tesis de un maestro mío, se llama Gerardo de la Fuente Lora. Él hizo una tesis de licenciatura en 1984 llamada El erotismo y la constitución de agentes transformadores, y hasta 2014 fue publicada por una editorial universitaria, que es la de la UAP. Es decir, pasaron 30 años, ¿sí?, para haber sido publicada. ¿Sí? Es decir, ¿cómo podemos medir el impacto de la filosofía con este tipo de condiciones de publicidad? Y por otro lado, aquí hay otro ejemplo, este es mucho más rápido. ¿Sí? Es una tesis del 2014. En 2014 se produjeron 192 tesis. ¿Sí? ¿Cuántas fueron publicadas ese año? Una sola tesis. Es esta tesis. ¿Sí? Es la ética como episteme en Aristóteles. ¿Sí? Solamente una tesis en 2014 fue publicada de esas 192 tesis. Y las 191 tesis se quedaron en la base de datos de la Dirección General de Bibliotecas. Es decir, ¿qué impacto puede tener esto? Yo me quedo acá, termino, solamente señalando esto. ¿Qué tipo de impacto puede tener el discurso filosófico, ¿no? en la sociedad mexicana, fuera de la sociedad mexicana, fuera de la academia mexicana? Cuando no se publican ningún texto. Pero por otro lado, sí quisiera señalar que revisando estos datos, estos corpus de tesis, uno puede encontrar muchos rasgos para hacer historias, ¿no? Para encontrar cómo se ha constituido y cómo es producido el discurso filosófico. Yo me quedo acá, termino. Si tienen preguntas, podemos intentar. Gracias.
Hay un par de cosas que me preocupan. En varios de los ejemplos que nos lanzas varias preguntas. ¿Cómo poder evaluar esto? ¿Cómo poder correlacionarlo? El hecho de que haya más tesis de hombres que de mujeres, el hecho de que haya más autores alemanes, latinoamericanos, etcétera, etcétera. Me preocupa esto porque estoy haciendo una investigación en el doctorado en la que leo tesis doctorales de arte y diseño. Entonces, para ello utilizo, porque así se dio el rumbo de la investigación, software de análisis cualitativo de datos, ¿no? Muy práctico, muy bonito, estableces una serie de categorías, pero lo que me he dado cuenta es que la información más importante no está en las palabras en sí mismas, bien, está en la revisión del contenido total. Entonces, ¿cómo podríamos hablar en general del discurso filosófico en México, en la UNAM, en la facultad, cuando tomamos un elemento particular como es el título de la tesis, ¿no? ¿Cómo poder dar este particular por el general? Y la otra justo es que el database es maravilloso, pero no perdemos como bastantes sutilezas de posibilidades del contenido que estén ahí cuando, digamos, revisamos realmente a profundidad el texto, más allá de aislar elementos como lo son las keywords o los datos de las tarjetas, las fichas de
Catalográficas.
Can I translate the question?
Okay.
So she's asking about so how can we translate this analysis of the thesis and talk about the philosophical discourse in Mexico from the thesis? This is the first question, and the second question is about the difference between close reading and distant reading. So how much do you lose when you only focus on the categories of the title?
Ok, son muy buenas preguntas, ¿no? Creo que tiene límites, o sea, y tiene que ver con cómo utilizas, ¿no?, la visualización de datos en relación con qué lo relacionas. ¿Sí? Es decir, por eso nosotros le llamamos, vamos, ¿dónde colocamos todo ese trabajo? Lo colocamos en un trabajo de genealogía, es decir, de historia, más allá del contenido, ¿sí? Es decir, este análisis está señalando las condiciones de producción del discurso filosófico, no tanto los contenidos, si te fijas. Es decir, de nuevo, hay que determinar metodológicamente en la investigación para qué te van a servir esas visualizaciones y qué estás haciendo propiamente, ¿no? Este trabajo nos ha costado mucho porque normalmente los filósofos no utilizamos data, sí, y menos visualizaciones. Es decir, ¿cómo dotas de sentido metodológico esto que estás analizando? Por eso nosotros lo estamos confrontando con las historias de la filosofía en México al uso. ¿Sí? Es decir, normalmente las historias de la filosofía en México, si tú las revisas, desde Samuel Ramos, ¿no? Vamos, no quiero nombrar a muchos de mis colegas, no tienen datos, o sea, son como anécdotas. Sí, son, mi profesor daba clases, y, ¿sí? No dan datos, no dan pruebas de estas grandes tendencias del pensamiento en México. ¿Sí? Hay tendencias dominantes en el pensamiento filosófico mexicano. Te puedo señalar, digo, yo sé que eso excede la discusión, ¿no? Pero hay una tendencia muy fuerte en la historiografía en México, que son las historias de las ideas que construyó José Gauss y que los alumnos de José Gauss han buscado mantener. Es decir, es una discusión con esa forma de crear historiografía. Por otro lado, ¿por qué los títulos? Yo sé que hay que meterse al contenido y hay que hacer un análisis masivo, ¿no? de texto. Pero lo importante con los títulos de las tesis de filosofía es que son hipótesis en sí mismas. O sea, los títulos de las tesis de los filósofos no son cualquier título, sino que ya está ahí, ¿sí? Su planteamiento. ¿Sí? Ahí está su planteamiento. Entonces, no es algo casual. ¿Sí? Es decir, ya el título está señalando el contenido y la postura del filósofo o la filósofa que lo ha hecho. ¿Sí? Okay, no sé.
Okay, I will make a short salad of this answer. So first thing, he said it has limits, this kind of analysis, but it has to do with like how do you frame it? What is your methodological framework? And he says he wants to frame it in relation to the history of philosophy, because in Mexico, history of philosophy has to do more like with the anecdotes, and he wants to have data for what is the social conditions or what was happened historically at a time when certain thing happens. So that's important for him. And then the last thing is like, the thing about the titles, that's for, so he understands titles as in philosophy as hypothesis. So it's not just like some name, but you already have a thesis there. Yeah, I think that's...
Sí, eso.
Stefan?
Yeah. Francisco, thank you very much for this presentation. I found it really interesting. And I hope I understood a good part of it. I have two different questions. So the first question is really specific with regard to these different theses. So you have the numbers between men and women regarding overall thesis. The numbers of overall thesis, but there are differences. So you have three different forms. And my question is whether there are also differences then between male and female with regard to the level of the thesis, and not only with the overarching number. And that's the first question I have. The second relates more to some insights with regard to that you said in the titles there is a thesis and there is a relation to the context. And I'm really related to these questions of context. Thinking about varieties of science, I asked myself, what is about specific in this discourse, in this Mexican discourse? And for example, why it was why these German thinkers gained such importance here. That's only one part of the story which I would like to ask, but there might be also with regard that these questions about philosophy and technology, that there are only 1 point thesis about this hot topic. It's really surprising, and therefore I would say, well, do you have an explanation for this? Is this a specific part of this culture you are here in, that this topic where in other countries it's that much work on philosophy and technology, that is not the case here?
Si quieres.
¿Ya te diste la pregunta o quieres que te...
La segunda, la primera.
La segunda es...
No, la primera.
La primera. Si tienes diferencias entre female y male, pero digamos por grado, por maestría.
Sí. Sí, hay una diferencia. No la tenemos trabajada aquí. No está en ninguna de nuestras visualizaciones públicas. Hemos investigado el área donde hay más mujeres. O sea, es decir, vamos, siempre hay más male que female en todas las áreas, excepto una, ¿no? Que es estética. Las mujeres female trabajan más estética, ¿sí? Las tesis de maestría, y hay temas, ¿no? Por ejemplo, el tema que yo trabajo, experiencia, ¿no? Experience, ¿no? My work is... este tema, las mujeres como que dominan, son temas más que grados. Uno puede investigar estos tópicos, ¿no? Más que los grados. ¿Sí? ¿Sí?
Las otras dos, ¿por qué filósofos alemanes? Si tienes alguna explicación, y por qué tan poquita filosofía de la tecnología.
Sí, esas sí las entendí, pero... Los maestros. Y por cuestiones políticas. Si nosotros investigamos la construcción de las academias, de las instituciones filosóficas en México, es decir, si investigamos la Facultad de Filosofía y Letras que abrió aquí en el 54, ¿no? Y antes estaba en otro edificio llamado Mascarones, que está en otro lugar. Es decir, si hacemos la historia de la institución filosófica, hay como grandes personajes, ¿sí? Grandes personalidades que determinan el pensamiento. ¿Sí? Uno de ellos, por eso estas alianzas entre lo político, es una cuestión de política de la academia, ¿no? De política de la filosofía, entre el ejercicio del pensamiento y los grupos políticos externos de la facultad. Y el gran ganador fue un emigrado español que se llama José Gaos, y el otro Eduardo Nicol. Ellos, de alguna manera, determinaron el sentido de la filosofía en México. Ellos son alumnos de José Ortega y Gasset, ¿no? Y Ortega y Gasset tenía una discusión muy fuerte, bueno, no muy fuerte, con Heidegger, ¿no? Y determinó todo el sentido, ¿no? De lo que trabajamos ahora. La hermenéutica y la fenomenología está muy presente en nuestra forma de trabajo. ¿Sí? Hay otras líneas muy pequeñas, ¿sí? Pero casi metodológicamente la forma de la concepción del pensamiento es absolutamente alemana. ¿Sí? Sistemática, universal, ¿sí? Con un discurso complejo. Todo esto depende, en verdad, de 2 o 3 personalidades, que son esos emigrantes españoles. ¿Sí? ¿Quieres traducir?
So the first one is, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
La otra, la de filosofía de la tecnología. Hay una tendencia en el pensamiento filosófico mexicano, están los topics, ¿no? Los tópicos, los temas, es la ética y la política, ¿no? Politics and ethics, ¿no? Y allí los filósofos mexicanos sostienen, valoran demasiado el humanismo, ¿no? Una cierta figura antropológica del hombre frente a cualquier otro tipo de institución tecnológica. Hay una vanagloria, voy a usar la palabra, perdón. Hay un planteamiento fuerte en el ejercicio del pensamiento filosófico mexicano de defensa de lo humano. El pensamiento filosófico mexicano se plantea como una defensa de lo humano. Y incluso señalan a Bartolomé de las Casas, a cierto pensamiento español, medieval. ¿Sí? Es decir, como que eso ese planteamiento humanista determina todo nuestro ejercicio de pensamiento. Y entonces lo tecnológico se ve propiamente como un instrumento, ¿no? Se ve como un instrumento al servicio o como un Frankenstein, ¿no? Tratando de destruirnos. Entonces hay que detenerlo. Si uno revisa a estos grandes pensadores, ¿no? Todos son humanistas y todos defienden y todos atacan lo tecnológico. Es decir, es una defensa con lo tecnológico. Personalmente creo que el Seminario de Tecnologías Filosóficas, es decir, lo que hacemos, de donde también Sosis, ¿no? Perdón, Ana María. Perdón, ahorita ya. Sí, ella también surgió de ahí. Somos como el primer seminario en la facultad que tiene como centro y genera experimentos con la tecnología desde México. Es decir, estamos inaugurando la filosofía de la tecnología en México nosotros. ¿Sí? Y solamente nos ha costado 1 siglo y medio. Perdón.
So I don't know if everyone got this, but I wanted to say a bit about it.
Yeah, that would be good.
So he was referring to like the tradition of humanism in Mexico that is very strong. But for this reason,
In terms of the notion of human is very popular.
exactly. So for this reason, like the important philosophers in Mexico, they are always like for the human and against technology.
Yeah.
So they only try to protect the human against the technology.
Okay.
And that's why what he was trying to say, like the Seminario de Tecnologías Filosóficas is like kind of the first attempt to not be technophobic about technology, and actually just ask the question, what is it? What do we do with it? What's the potential? But other kind of questions that I'm not just like, yeah, it's gonna destroy us human beings. Yeah. That is part of the issue with why is that too late. Okay, I have Christian.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask in English. So,
No. Así se trata de eso.
also I'm also asking to make sure that I'm saying. I think I was intrigued by your idea of the philosophy in technology. I accept the conditions. And then, but then thinking, I was thinking of Benjamin as a notion of tendency. And tendency can mean two things. It can mean sort of the tendency of what we see, fashion or discourse or something. But to me, tendency is also a concept that describes sort of conditions under which something appears. So the way I understand your talk, you are interested in the latter version of tendency. Whereas it strikes me that a lot of digital humanities would be interested in the first kind of tendency. In sort of understanding what do they talk about and what's the fashion, this concept goes up and down. So my question is, how do you position your version of digital humanities within the larger context of digital humanities?
Ok, ¿cómo determino, no?
Sí, como estos dos conceptos de tendencia de Benjamin, ¿y cuál es tu posición?
La tendencia en el texto de...
No dijo cuál texto.
Ok.
It talks about it in the author as producer.
Ok, exacto. Sí. Sí, eso es lo que estaba esperando. Sí, uno de los primeros autores que leímos en el seminario fue Walter Benjamin, ¿no? Nos ayudó mucho a determinar tanto el concepto de tecnología como nuestro propio trabajo, porque una de las características de Walter Benjamin es una hipótesis nuestra, es que Walter Benjamin trata de determinar un concepto de experiencia tecnológica. Es decir, antes que Heidegger, es Benjamin quien quiere determinar una experiencia tecnológica y lo que vivimos ahora. Él le llama reproductividad técnica. ¿Sí? A eso, vamos, normalmente se lee muy mal a Benjamin, creo yo, ¿no? Desde la filosofía. Se lee de manera muy parcial, dirigiéndose a las cuestiones de la imagen, sin fijarse en qué él está asumiendo. Benjamin asume que todo es una producción tecnológica y que hay que lograr describir estos procesos tecnológicos que están detrás de la producción de las imágenes, de los objetos, de las subjetividades, de la naturaleza, del arte. Es decir, sí, tenemos muy presente el autor como productor, ¿no? En relación con que un autor tiene que ser un productor tecnológico en ese sentido. Es decir, tiene que intervenir los medios de producción creando técnicas diferentes, ¿no? Es decir, generando formas de producir discurso, formas de producir imágenes, formas de producir objetos completamente distintos. ¿Sí? Esa es la lectura que tenemos. Está muy presente en esto que estamos señalando. ¿Sí? Por otro lado, creo, ¿no? La segunda, ¿no? Creo que nuestro concepto de humanidades digitales es un concepto crítico. Es decir, algo que pasa en las humanidades digitales es que no conceptualizan sus términos. O sea, no conceptualizan nada, porque hacen experimentan con la tecnología. Generan proyectos, pero no lo conceptualizan. Lo que nosotros intentamos es, desde la filosofía, conceptualizarlo, ¿no? O sea, conceptualizar el distant reading, ¿no? La true reading, conceptualizar el procesamiento del lenguaje natural, ¿sí? La discusión de hace un momento sobre los PDFs en términos de la producción de comunicación académica, creo que podemos discutirla, pero utilizando Benjamin, Heidegger, Simondon, ¿sí? Porque ellos construyeron conceptos. Creemos en el seminario que no se ha logrado, ¿no? Juntar estas dos vertientes de la filosofía y la tecnología y de las humanidades digitales. Pero bueno, ¿no?
Do you need a translation or is
I think I got the.
yeah? It's just like that. So they want to be critical in the digital analytics without tools and the outdoors.
Thank you.
So we have 4 minutes and we have Ali, Uriel, Tan.
I can say mine for later.
You want to ask your question? And you are the newest in the room.
Es rápida, pero no sé si sea una pregunta que ya hayan escuchado. Pero me quedé pensando en la propia condición de publicidad de la gente. Y lo que yo por ejemplo, es una pregunta que yo traigo desde hace tiempo. Y digamos, en estos términos de la publicidad de la filosofía de México, me pregunto si hay como alguna intuición sobre a quién le habla la filosofía, porque me queda claro que en México dice cosas, pero no me queda claro cómo habla. Es decir, a quién, para qué, cumplir con el trámite de la tesis, discutir con alguien, es más, justificarse de cierta experiencia política, o alinearse a ciertas niveles. Digo, creo que esto es un análisis no meramente cuantitativo, más fino, ¿no? Es lo que me pregunto. Si hay como alguna pista como de cómo dice, cómo habla, no sé qué dice.
Okay, so the question is like how does like Mexican philosophy talks and to whom, and so why do we even write theses in Mexico? Who is the receiver of this company?
Tenemos una posible respuesta. En los títulos, ¿no? Que es la discusión, se nota claramente. Los títulos, ¿cómo están construidos? No entran directo al tema. Siempre son aproximaciones, siempre son acercamientos, siempre son acerca de, es decir, las tesis no es el concepto de poesía en Heidegger, ¿sí? O el concepto de forma lógica en Wittgenstein, ¿sí? No son así los títulos son un acercamiento a la teoría de la forma lógica en Wittgenstein, una aproximación crítica a la teoría de la poesía en Heidegger. O sea, ¿qué sacas como de estilometría? Vamos a usar estilometría, ¿vale? En trabajos estilométricos. ¿Sí? No afirmamos nada. ¿Sí? Nuestro acercamiento siempre es oblicuo. ¿Sí? ¿A quién le hablamos? ¿Sí? Si tú preguntas. Porque hay otra cosa. En las tesis, más que en los libros de los autores como Villor o Sea, ¿no? Que son las grandes personalidades, tú encuentras cómo los filósofos y las filósofas mexicanas están pensando cosas de su momento. ¿Sí? Hay muchas tesis de, por ejemplo, del cuerpo. Hay muchas tesis actuales sobre estética. Hay muchos trabajos actuales sobre fuera de estos temas académicos alemanes. ¿Sí? Hay todo un intento dentro del mismo cuerpo colectivo de romper la academia. Se nota en las tesis. En las tesis, tú encuentras estas cuestiones, no en los libros publicados. Solamente te doy un dato. En 2020, en 2022 se publicaron en México 48 libros de filosofía en México. 48. Son muy poquitos. ¿Sí? ¿Sí? ¿Cuáles son sus temas? ¿Sí? ¿Cuántos fueron tesis? ¿Cuáles son los problemas que tratan? ¿Sí? Esto es importante porque nos da un reflejo de cómo pensamos, para qué pensamos, cómo lo hacemos, como dices. ¿Sí? ¿Y cuál es nuestro impacto?
Did everyone more or less got the answer?
I still believe we could read the whole day.
So we are over time, but if you want to ask your question, it has to be very fast.
Y puedes esperar, nos podemos hablar con vida más tarde.
Okay.
We can also translate your own question.
Bueno, una cosa que añadir tal vez es como justamente lo de esta postura, es como la construcción de la base de datos.
Sí.
Creo que yo participé en la construcción de la base de datos y por eso estoy por dentro del proceso, qué tipo de lectura hacía la tesis para catalogar palabras clave, ese tipo de cosas, que también es algo que integrar. Pero más bien mi pregunta estaba más hacia la idea de impacto. Porque en la academia clásica europea, por ejemplo, impacto es algo que tiene más valor y más valor. Y siempre es como cómo llegar a públicos que están fuera de la academia. Pero me pregunto si en filosofía, que es también un autorreferencial, ¿qué imaginas o qué imaginan como qué es el impacto? ¿No? Más allá de publicación de libros.
Claro. Please.
The short version.
I just mentioned that labor practices will be important to improve the construction of the database, because I was part of that thinking of the database thinking. On page labor, anyway. But also what counts as impact in philosophy. Not only does publishing books, but what kind of impact or what kind of reach towards the academia, how does that, how can you imagine that? Right?
Ok. Gracias. Sí, creo que, Pablo, ¿no? Creo que si nosotros seguimos el criterio del impacto, ¿no? De nuestro trabajo como filósofos en relación con la con la publicación de libros, fracasamos completamente. O sea, es decir, no podemos medir el impacto de los filósofos mexicanos fuera de la academia si lo medimos en términos de libros, incluso de publicaciones de artículos, ¿no? Académicos. O sea, es decir, en verdad, yo he rastreado eso y los que publican en la Academia Filosófica Mexicana es un puñado, tanto libros como artículos académicos.
Y los que te leen.
Menos. Sí, es decir, y que se distribuya en América Latina o fuera de América Latina, menos. Es decir, no podemos medir el impacto de lo que hacemos aquí en relación con la internacionalización o como queramos llamarle, ¿no? La cosmopolitización o como queramos llamar. No podemos medirlos. ¿Sí? Si nosotros quisiéramos introducir criterios, por ejemplo, capitalistas en la Academia Mexicana, no podemos. O sea, por eso es importante este tipo de análisis, porque vinculas la tecnología con la localidad, digamos, para decirlo de manera muy sencilla. Hay otra manera como podemos analizar el impacto. ¿Cuál es? Por ejemplo, los egresados. Es decir, tú tienes en la base de datos de tesis los nombres de la gente que egresó. ¿Sí? Licenciados, doctor. Uno puede hacer un seguimiento. ¿Dónde están trabajando? ¿Qué están haciendo? ¿Dónde están publicando? La base de datos de tesis te permite eso. Una pregunta muy sencilla. ¿Cuántos son tiempo completo? Es decir, que tienen una posición académicamente estable y ya sea como profesores o ya sea como investigadores. ¿Sí? Es un puñado. ¿Todos los demás dónde están? ¿Cómo medimos el impacto de todos aquellos que no publican libros, que no publican artículos? Solo un dato, la mayoría son profesores de bachillerato. ¿Sí? Ya hay otro puñado en la producción de software. Es decir, hay muchos filósofos involucrados en la producción de tecnologías vamos, ¿no? En la tecnología digital, hay muchos. ¿Sí? Pero no, vamos, la ficha catalográfica te permite ese dato, te permite hacer el seguimiento. ¿Sí? Es decir, cómo impacta la facultad y la producción de discurso filosófico en México, no en los artículos ni en los textos, ¿eh? Porque nadie los lee, ¿eh? Sino en los recursos humanos, ¿no? En los egresados. Es una forma que hemos encontrado, pero está la marca ahí. Es el primer paso.
But the answer is like definitely impact is not cannot be measured in publications because there are so less publications. 2020 was 41 philosophy publications in total. And also it cannot be like in relation to articles. There are also like to less. Probably one way is to look at where the people who studied philosophy are working now. What are they doing? That's one possibility. Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
is closed. Well,
All right.
now it's open.
I don't want to begin right from the beginning.
You don't have to.
I don't have to. So, but Memory of the World is a sort of an example of a shadow library. It's not just a pirate library. It sort of appeared in a sort of post-communist setting in Croatia, where you could sort of say that there was this sort of things from that context that somehow disappeared from libraries. So it was about memorizing or recording a particular cultural context that would then put in to the library. For instance, text written in Cyrillic alphabet that was also used by the Serbs, for instance. So they had this sort of Memory of the World is also a public library and sort of a collection of small memories in a shared network. Or you have something like also quite famous amongst my students, I think, ARC, invented by Sean Dockery. It's a library that functions as a resource in public education, you could say, like a school library, as many people would be familiar with. It has unlike the sort of Russian pirate library, it has a quite strong community of users that catalog, annotate, and contextualize and discuss books. So you cannot be part of this library without also being devoted to the culture around the library. So it's it's not just an entry into access to books. You need to be part of it. To borrow a notion from Louis Althusser, a library in this understanding interpolates its subjects. It constitutes different expectations to what it means to be a librarian and a library user, and they do this in different ways. All the libraries do this in different ways, and perhaps that's worth noting. So, because in a you could say in a academic context, talking about sort of objects of science and scientific production, they are in this sense opposed to these conventional archives of academic production. You think like Springer or Elsevier and things like that, that are also in you could say becoming sort of big data companies of academic production. So you could say that these libraries, as opposed to these sort of big data academic publishers, represent some kind of alternative or smaller alternative, localized alternative, small tech, as opposed to the big tech academic publishers. Or we often refer to them in our group, and we're hosting a workshop next month in London and in Berlin, refer to them as minor technologies, and this sort of notion of minor from Deleuze and Guattari, but also referring to minorities and minor productions. So they are minor libraries in that sense, and represent different sensibilities. What is our library then? And we do not want to make another ARC or another Memory of the World. If you were remembering the sort of practices I told you about before, what we really needed to build was a library that would represent our readings. So in this sense, this is a library, not of texts, not just of text, but associating every text with a collective reading of that text. So that's particular for our home run library. It is also structured in such a way that the texts are not just sort of allowed into the library. It's not about accumulating data objects. It's about sharing readings and thoughts. Everything that goes into the library needs to be read by someone, a group of people. So each reading group will have its own shelf in the library. We'll show you in a minute. So it's a library that we have tried sort of to modulate an infrastructure that somehow emulates a social infrastructure. So how can because technical and social infrastructures are related. So we were trying to sort of think through how our working practices would be infrastructured in the best possible way. And So there are many challenges in this. If you have a library of shared readings, I mean, who owns the thoughts and what kind of sort of readings suddenly ends up in a note in the library and then goes into somebody's article. So we have sort of a strong ethos and working practice around this. So there are arguably many discussions about, you know, running a library like this, and we have a whole shelf on libraries and how to run our library. But just to sort of re-emphasize that what we seek to underline in our library is sort of this idea that research is not just an object, that it's something that is rendered, it's something that's given volume in a particular social and cultural context that we are trying to reflect with a technical infrastructure. So that needs to be taken care of. You mentioned the word recursive public. The sort of understanding of care and how to actually run. It's a home run server. So maintaining the library, running the server is deeply embedded in the role of, you could say, the librarian. And Pablo and I are librarians. Not all the users are librarians, but we are librarians with particular roles in that sense. So one of the reading groups we've been running is called Another AI. And so now we are letting you in to this, and while you are letting you in, Casper will say something about this topic of Another AI. And here's the link, and there's a user and a password, and that will give you access to this shelf called Another AI, where you can see the text we've been reading. Yeah, maybe it's better that you just go in yourself, but if you find this shelf called Another AI, all the shelves are in the left menu, then you will have access to all the text. If you click a text, are you all in?
This is supposed to look like this, right?
Yeah, and yes. In the left menu. So if you're all in, then I will log in too.
But yeah, so you log in the right top corner.
Yeah.
That's guest, and click there, and then you can input the user and password.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you won't be able to see the AI.
So
can you return Christian to the?
Sorry.
Then I fill in my data with my version stuff.
No.
Go to the top right corner.
To the top right corner.
Oh, I see that already.
And
You only have two inputs.
Yeah, but now here. I log in with the.
Oh, you log in, then on your left you will see the shelf, Another AI.
Right.
So pretending I'm logged in this menu here, you see all our different reading groups that we are discussing. It's not that many because ambition is not to build a big library, it's to have our library. So here we have another library, Another AI as a reading cell. And here are the texts. And actually, because I'm not logged in, I'm only able to see the texts that are open access. So we have sort of a restriction in this sense, but if you're logged in, you should be able to see all the texts. So just to give you an example of what happens here, if I click this text, what happens here? I open this, and if I then I can download the PDF. But this is the important button. It's called Spawn Pad, and if I spawn that pad, I have you see I have both the text that we are reading together, but we also have a pad that's associated. So each text is associated with a pad. So while we're discussing the text, we take collaborative notes in the pad. It also allows people who do not speak to actually raise their voice in the pad, and some people prefer to actually act
interact through the pad rather than in oral presentation mode. So here you see different notes from the last session that we were reading this text. And you can also then spawn the text that we were encouraging you to read today. It's by Rachel Adams, one of the scholars we've been reading. So, but if you find the text and spawn the pad, then you have sort of access to the shared annotation tool.
Yeah, I guess that's the pad that from now on should be open on everybody's computers, because then we can work together on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you return to the talk and show, or perhaps we should ask if there's any questions for.
Yeah, please.
Are you all in?
I'm in, but I did not get it with text.
Let's take a look.
Here, I have this situation. This is the text.
Yeah, so you did it.
And there's content.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, but please ask if you're not happy to help.
Well, if you have any questions to what I said, you're also welcome.
Yeah, I mean, we're not in a rush.
We're not in,
Just
no.
take it easy.
Yeah.
If you shift the slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so before getting started with the discussion, and let me briefly add some more context to this theme and other AI, especially, I guess, because our presentation is a little bit different from other presentations, and a kind of alternative experiment with format 2. I guess some background knowledge is crucial here. So after coming back to our offices after the pandemic, many of us at the department discovered that we shared an interest in AI, either as already established research projects with external funding, or just a sincere interest and curiosity about how AI has suddenly, as you can see on the slide, become one of the most prominent hypes in the tech policy and beyond, reaching, I guess, the top of many geopolitical agendas. Yeah, as you can see, there's a few examples here on the slide. For instance, in the middle, you can see how many countries have issued national AI strategies. I don't know if that also applies to Mexico. I couldn't find out that, but that's one of the things that could be interesting to talk about. But I think it applies to Germany, or at least it applies to Denmark, along with many other European countries, has issued these kind of national AI strategies, accompanied by having funding schemes for research and development within AI. And at the same time, this happens on a national level, but at the same time, supranational institutions like the EU and OECD are also launching a range of initiatives to position themselves within this global AI arms race, as it's increasingly referred to. Yet, and this is when it becomes interesting, amidst all this hype, it seems that there's no real consensus of what AI is. It's imagined to radically change the world, to sweep the feet away under us. But for most people, even computer scientists, it's difficult to tell what this kind of technological revolution that is rapidly on its way, or perhaps it's already here, what it will actually imply. So where to look for answers to understand what AI is? Within the EU, it seems to have led to all sorts of attempts to render AI into a European object, to use, for instance, the scholar Visuran's concept. That is loading AI with values such as trustworthiness, dignity, responsibility, accountability, humanism, etc. The declared aim in the EU is to make ethical AI, and make ethical AI a European brand, through which Europe can not only fulfill a long-held wish to become technological sovereign, but also to spread ethical AI to the rest of the world. Again, both the idea of technological sovereignty and the idea to export European AI are explicitly declared goals, and expressed, for example, by Ursula von der Leyen.
Another crucial element of European AI is that the technologies should be cut clean from the human being through what in STS research is referred to as ontological surgery. Only the human can possess rationality, only the human can be autonomous, only the human can be free. So it's about reversing the post-human condition and come back to a kind of a pure humanism without the post, so to speak. Perhaps in a lack of a better word, we could call it new humanism. And if someone here, a too familiar colonial ghost in these new humanist assertions, it's perhaps no coincidence. Only the European human can possess rationality, only the European human can be autonomous, only the European human can be free, and so on and so forth. So to come back to our question, where do we look, where do we search to understand what AI is? Just posing the question from a European perspective, interesting seems to lead us to places, to the very same places that we hope will import our humanist so-called ethical AI. That's at least our idea with another AI that has been to try to understand how the question of AI, which is too often framed as a universal question, sounds like from a non-Western perspective from the global south. Both to understand if it makes sense to talk, for example, about a Nigerian, Mexican, Chinese AI, or perhaps also to echo your presentation, our project can perhaps be described as the question concerning AI in the global south. What we're interested in is to understand if there's a need to somehow localize AI, and also equally important, with such a regional comparative outlook is helpful in challenging our own conception of AI. So, but instead of me talking more about this and trying to answer these questions, we want to do this little experiment. And I think Pablo, I will hand over the floor to you because you will help us get started with this discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Casper. So for me, it's interesting to be here talking about these topics because as my background in Mexico in philosophy in a colonial setting, and then my current job thinking about the coloniality, among other things, in technology in not colonized country. I don't know how to name it. It kind of brings together a few good things. So I'm not going to talk. I'm just going to have a small conversation. The idea is to have a bit of a seminar between certain topics. We have one text that talks about this notion of decoloniality within AI specifically. And the question is if AI can be decolonialized, is even possible to ask, right? I hope you had time to go through the text because then we can have a more fluid ongoing of this. In any case, I think there are a few topics that we discussed previously that we're interested to have. And of course, the idea is reading this text, but mostly can kind of operationalize this research practice in a Mexican shelf, let's say, in today's shelf, talking about technology, right? And coloniality. And I guess part of the what kind of questions that we would like to ask beyond this text is what is AI in this particular context, right? Like what is AI in Mexico or from a Latin American perspective, or what kind of imaginaries or also applied versions of AI exist, right? And it's interesting for me again to talk about this because the fact that Hegel is the main, I was really interested to hear that, right? And all the conversations today, but that Hegel is kind of one of the main authors for a Mexican philosophical production, and that technology is a relatively small community. I don't know. I think it's more urgent to ask this kind of question. But yeah, anyway, one thing that I think is interesting, just to open the conversation, about Rachel Adams' text, is that there is this division between how AI has been built from, which kind of extractive practices have made it possible to even talk about this type of technology. And on a second level, what is the AI used for today in terms of homogenization of subjectivities, for example, right? If the imaginary of Europe is kind of expected to be exported somehow, for example, or if there's a possibility for more native notions of that. I think perhaps one thing that I would like to start with is ethics, because that's one of the more controversial parts of the text. And maybe we can read a paragraph. Christian, can you put the library in there? This is on page 183.
Sorry.
And it's the paragraph that starts with. Oh,
I need to log in then. Hey. It's
just to provide some context, what Adams is really criticizing here is these more optimist versions of AI, in the sense that AI can be modified to include other communities, for example, or AI can be tuning to make it less racially biased, or this more optimist version of AI can be modified in some ways, right? It can be made more ethical, which is a common discourse, like Kate Crawford, for example, if you know the work. It's a big a really interesting and big scholar that has this positionality, right? And I think that's quite common also in academia.
That's another way to frame it, would also be to, I mean, the idea about technological fix has been a recurrent theme in the STS literature and other critical literature for many years. But now it seems within AI that there is a kind of a social fix. I mean, there's something wrong with technology, then that should be fixed with ethics or responsible AI or similar initiatives. So that is what Rachel Adam will be critiquing in the paragraph that you want to read right after.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I can just read it perhaps, but it's in page 183, the second to last paragraph. While this is important, the emerging discourse around ethics and the colonializing AI has yet to develop critical thought around the idea of ethics itself. As above, Mohammed and Isaac briefly note the limitations and coloniality of universal ethics. But it's critical to understand precisely why the dominance of this particular version of ethics, vested as it is in the history of Eurocentric thought around morality, legality, governance, and personhood, is so problematic, and what the effects might be of critically drawing the coloniality into this discourse. Put differently, should the coloniality be subsumed as a new tool for AI ethics without critique of the way in which the idea of ethics has been historically put to work in rationalizing colonial practices? It runs the risk of not only appropriating the coloniality as an abstract metaphor, as Tukan Yang warned against, but also reproducing the very logics of race that colonialism instituted. Yes.
Can I say something?
Yes, the idea is
We're just trying to start the discussion. So please do.
So I actually was thinking that the critique will go more in the direction of the question of it is for the best that everyone is represented in AI. So that's a worry I have. So I think there are certain advantages to being invisible and not being part of the product. Of course, there are disadvantages to it, but for me, like the critique could be, maybe it's better not to become part of the commodity.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I would be so optimistic and say like, let's just include, for example, indigenous people in the AI.
Yeah.
And then like codifying their practices in this way. So I will be very skeptical about it because your things are the things becoming invisible to the machine.
Yeah. And I guess, I mean, no, sorry, I have talked already. I think one of the things about Adams is that she poses the idea that, well, do we need to integrate AI? Like, do we have to patch it, or can we ask the question, shouldn't we have it? For what I would say, like, in most cases, it's not a consensual thing when you're appropriated, and that's part of the extraction and colonizing part of also these techniques.
I think particularly to given the scope of this discussion, you know, I consider for a moment just typing here.
Yeah.
My input, but I put my say you're typing. Well, this paragraph here, my impression of the paper is that in general is that, well, it does a great job of covering doing the literature review, right? It's quite a critical literature review, but then at the same time, I think that the paper is quite heavily ideological, or maybe ideological is to come on the term, but it's very presumptuous. And for instance, in this passage, well, what I see as such is, well, to be honest, you know, it starts with this kind of thing. Well, this is important emerging discourse around ethics and decolonizing AI has yet to develop critical thought around the idea of ethics itself. Well, but this is a quite old school view, isn't it? Because I think in this, by now, any discussion of ethics that is not within the scope of AI is obsolete. And, to begin with, I mean, I don't know. For a while, I didn't know why do we even bother talking about ethics? Right? I think for me, it makes sense to ethics now makes sense only in the ethics of AI. This point, you know, making AI ethical. Otherwise, I don't know what we're talking about really. But it's here where I'm subjecting myself. But then there are other things that I think are even more presumptuous. For instance, she has this comparison of Ubuntu and personhood. But I think that she rushes here very quickly to a very, you know, rough territory, because what does she mean by personhood? Personhood, the term personhood is more often than not understood and used as in a highly specific Eurocentric way, coming from the Greek prosopon and then to, you know, the Latin persona, and you know, carrying with it a certain metaphysics of you know, that particularly Christianity picked up from Hellenic philosophy and was maintained through Enlightenment, where the notion became even more rigid and niche, right? So maybe she knows what she's talking about, or maybe she doesn't, I don't know, but I think it is so rushed anyway that I can't do much with this text. Like she's if she's giving here any shortcut into this huge literature at home, well, I can't use it. She's forcing the reader to use this from a very, with a shortcut that makes it all very ignorant. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to take further these ideas, because it was a really interesting reading to me, because it was difficult reading, and at the same time, I really understood the very idea that she argued for. Well, do not subsume the problems of decolonization into a framework you have. So this argument, this principal line of argumentation, I understand really good, because it's about the question of representation. If you use a specific format and a specific framework given by others, what does this mean for us being represented or not? And therefore, a strong representation problem comes into place. However, beside this general argument, I felt a bit lost in the argumentation, because for me, I was one of you guys put it that we have an emerging field, so no one of us really knows what comes up at the end. And the text itself here, the arguments give the impression as she would know exactly it will come up, because it's for sure. It will be a wrong direction with regard to these decolonization questions. And there I asked myself, well, there might be signs or hints that this will be the case, but are we sure? And the second point was, well, with regard, you put this, this argument by von der Leyen and all these, with regard to not protect their economies. Now, wow, that's there is, I would say, there is something wishful thinking. There is somehow not these competitions between these world regions, not China, US, and what about Europe? Yeah. So they are really angry about what can be, but which role is the role of Europe here? So it's not that a strong position, I would say, and not to claim it an ethical AI or what they do. It's not really a strong position, I would say. It's not a powerful position, and it's calling for a difference. Now, we do not know whether it really turned out to create a difference in technology. So we also are conducting a research project on neuromorphic computing out of the TH Aachen, where it's about this question whether it's possible, really whether it's possible to integrate this value frameworks into technology. We do not know. It's a really open research question here, and therefore I was a bit astonished that the author here was that clear and that convinced what will take place. And against this, I had a lot of questions, and as Alan put it, was there are a lot of presumptions, which you have to have in mind to really be able to follow the argument and to make something meaningful out of it for oneself. However, I would really underpin that the general arguments I really understand, and I feel the importance of this argument, but the way it's done, I have difficulties with regard to these really dense landscape of presumption which is presented to us, and we are confronted with. But perhaps it is really difficult to write such a text.
Yeah, that's about this, as I mentioned, this epistemological cognitive section. Yeah, and the difficulties, inscribed at the same time you argue a lot of presumptions the others are not willing or not able to take. And that's yeah, a bit of a point.
Maybe if I think very quickly to this, really, some readers like Stefan and myself would be much happier with this if the style would be different. If the author would take a more humble style writing and not seem so sure of her art, or if you see the point.
That's interesting because it sounds like a more stylistic,
Argumentation, right? It's actually fun because I think the style reminded me a little bit, perhaps you agree, about Adorno.
Yes. But it's the critical theory is very beautiful. No.
Especially when it comes to language.
Yeah.
Would you want to say something?
Yeah, but these answers, I mean, I had the question that I opened up the new box. So
no. So
yeah, I mean, since the text has been developed, it's like I mean, I see the point. I like this kind of aggressive technique. Although there's sometimes generalizations and simplifications have to be there, so that the aggressive style can be kept during the whole text. But I would and thank you for putting this up. It's important for ethics because I kind of always try to understand why kind of ethics is not so important right now. And I come from philosophy of technology, and to be honest, we have the impression that the people from practical philosophy, they're doing ethics about the things that philosophers of technology have done. So my simple point would be you could write also this text without the emphasis on ethics. Without, if you go into the logic of technology, and then you talk about philosophy of technology. For example, what you could do, you could look, and there's tons of work in the history of technology, how Western technologies have been adapted, manipulated, used in African civilizations in certain regions. For example, broadcasting, big example, the radio broadcasting, how they have been adapted to certain regional languages, to these people, how they created identifications and separations and all these dynamics. But you can play with this logic and technology in the way that they have adapted it. And I think, and that would be the question, could you do this as well with AI? And there I would agree with Stefan, this could be an emergent phenomenon, but you can't say it from the get-go, like we need these athletes, and then we have to see that it can be there could be a certain attitude, sure, but then the practices, how AI will be adapted, depend also on the technology. So can there be this kind of non-expert people who can change AI, or there would be something that is like top-down regulated, things like that. I mean, these are the questions that come to my mind first, and then there are certain other ways that we talk about that. But I think it can also be a kind of from the logics.
Yeah, if I can,
I have another short point which speaks for the text, but please also.
No. I think, I mean, I agree with you, and I think the example of appropriation of AI or reformulation of AI kind of has in it already this global north, global south, and kind of the idea that AI is generated somewhere, and then it's appropriated in other spaces, right? like Africa, it's a good example there because yes, I understand that technology is appropriated in different ways, but I think the question here is like about the generation of technology, about how something like an AI can be generated locally, not necessarily like an implementation of technology, but an imaginary, right? Like not necessarily like actual code or GPT-3 or something like that. So I'm just saying that that's another interesting thing that is not from Adam, but it's from Quijano that she mentions in the paper. This notion that the North produces and the South uses, so which I think it happens, but I think it's exactly the kind of pushing that is doing part of it.
And I guess it's not only about producing technology, it is, as you said, I mean, perhaps I'm just repeating what you said, but producing an imaginary that is then adopted by the global South through perhaps the institutions like World Economic Forum or I don't know. I mean, so it's both like they're introducing technology, but definitely also producing imaginaries about where the future goes, right?
Yeah, absolutely, because it's about these social technical imaginaries. Yeah, so. And it's not only about this kind of technology, it's about a wide, will shape the world. But and then that's the point here with regard to these different policies. Every company and political leaders, everyone is thinking in this imagination that AI will shape the world. And therefore, the question is for me, but who is the one most or more influential in shaping then at the end? There are actors doing this. And therefore, the question is, who are the actors being able to do so? And that's, I would say, the whole fear in Europe that they are not the ones. But there are other centers of power.
I think representation is one big problem. Language is another. But what if we done more? I don't know. Every artificial intelligence is made by computers. Computers are made, real components of computers are certain methods that come from Africa, from exploitation, on the destruction of the environment, etc. I think appropriation is a good point, but what if we bring technology from this other cultures, non-occidental cultures, maybe instead of appropriate, start from the origin of culture, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's because technology less dangerous for environment, etc. Maybe that's
that's power.
always it's about power.
Yeah, I guess.
Because when we talk about the imaginaries, I had to think about Ben's project, or the other fellow at the moment, Benjamin Peters, is writing a history of Soviet AI. And there are certain components in this imaginary that are vastly different from our conventional Eurocentric, whatever understanding of AI. For example, our understanding is much trained on like mimicking the brain, neural network, and all these things. And he showed that Soviet AI had more reminiscence of like hive mind or like optimizing factory work or more like the collective.
It's your environmental.
Exactly. So less from like, as you were saying, the individual perspective, but more like with a concern, I guess, socialist ideology, connected to these kind of things, which was just interesting to see how, how these imaginaries can be vastly different. And it's just, I guess, certain narratives that we abide by or have to enculturate it into that kind of dominate and then make this movement or create this movement where like the North produces, self-dominance, or expertise that created in the North and then exported to the South where it's so it's so I just wanted to point out there are alternative visions of
not there. It's like,
Just returning to your response to your comment, because I completely agree with you, and I think that that's one of the things that this text also gave me, is sort of pointing to how we think of responsible AI and AI ethics, and we could possibly think of it in a different way. A lot of the sort of things you see coming from the EU, they have this sort of relation to AI as something that appears out of a box, out of a black box. So if the Google search on doctors shows me white middle-aged men, something's wrong with the algorithm, right? So that's an ethical problem that needs to be fixed, and we need guidelines for this so that this doesn't happen. I think this text encourages us to think of different types of guidelines. So it mentions this notion of ethics dumping, of training, Cambridge Analytica training algorithms in Africa, and which is part of a longer history of statistical development nurtured on a particular colonialist thinking. So one thing that could be done would be to develop a different set of ethical requirements for the development of AI. I think that's a quite sort of hands-on perspective on AI, and just thinking wider on AI. AI is not an automatization of intelligence. It involves vast amounts of human labor, perhaps even more than we can imagine. For image recognition to work, it demands millions of hours of mechanical turkers just looking at images like that. So what are the ethical implications of that? Who does it? And so at what price? And are they treated fairly? So looking into these labor processes that often involve and often involve also North-South relations would be a different way of thinking of AI guidelines that are completely ignored by the EU.
Actually, I entirely agree. But just briefly, I entirely agree. And I entirely agree with your point. I missed your name.
I never said my name.
Yeah, please.
Itself.
Itself.
And I completely agree with the point that Itself made earlier. And I entirely agree that there are some simple practical things to be done, which is very well explained, that would make a huge difference. But when I ask how, I have in mind, I ask how because I'm aware just how deep Eurocentric bias runs in the global academy, right? Like here we have, going back to the example of this paper, we've got, a leading scholar giving it, an excellent critical literature review, writing very eloquently and arguing, in ways that are very what really right? She's arguing in a very persuading way, and how is she arguing so persuasively? Well, because she really assumed that language of that Eurocentric language, that Occidental centric language of the academy, right? Which of course, I mean, you say that's fair, fight the system from within. Okay, sure. But I'm thinking of the points that I tried to point to, the ideas that I tried to point to earlier. She's very dismissive of the very long history and of some concepts that she's throwing with great easiness in there, right? And I think that's the problem when we can be very optimistic about delivering the production of AI to non-European cultures, but we are already actually not delivering the task. We're simply delivering to them. We have an existing framework. This is something that was really discussed earlier. softwares, there is no such thing as raw data. Softwares are already constituting frameworks. So I actually, I will put that and keep the show. I have my sins.
There. Not what Christian, what you said with this the idea that I agree. I thought the idea of ethics stuff is also not because I said that you could do this all about ethics, but I think there's an interesting point also that ethics that in this text is highlighted could be interesting, or at least brings to a problem that ethics is pretty much the Western idea of ethics is pretty much related to objectivity. Right, and this idea of the kind of generalization of how we should to act, the normative statement, is pretty much in this, I would say, Eurocentric idea of ethics. So you can think about a different kind of ethics that do not relate to the strong emphasis on objectivity, which comes always with a kind of generalization of normative ideas, how to act, how should you act. So, yeah. And I'm saying this because often it is at least for example, in Germany there's a council of ethics in every important decision. For example, like gene medicine, things like that. And then they develop something that is kind of the background of ethics as an objective knowledge that is implemented into something that should be a law at the end. Yeah. And all the time we have the conflict between people who develop this kind of norms from the objective point of view and what at the end comes out in the law. And then I think this is also reason because this concept of ethics is very much related to this idea or this ideal of objectivity. It's not that how to say flexible with the situation. To be adapted in certain sense. So at the end, the people who make the ethics say the politicians who make the law did not understand. That is because there's a bridge how to act and the idea of that. Yeah. And then there are the ethics stuff.
Yeah, but in this there are different points, I would say, because that's really what you mentioned is really about this specific form of ethical reasoning. Which is stick to legal formulation, like to create legal framework, and that's all formulating really normative standards, which are then basis of evaluation in a legal context. On the other hand side, as I'm not that familiar with these ethical discourses, but I made a project on complex ethics, and there the ones doing ethics did it really differently. So it was more about reflecting different positions. Yeah. We do all this relational work. You argued, for Christian, as you mentioned, that there is a standard form of ethics within this guidelines. And I would say, well, that's the minimum standard they define. And then you are able to do more. If you are convinced that you should do so. And also with regard to these, and I found this really interesting. What are these teleconnections, so to speak? If you do something here, what is the meaning for this doing at another place? And that's here the question also with regard to this ethics AI and where it is formulated and where is a teleconnection to. So what then and how we are able to reflect this kind of teleconnections in the first place. And that's these relations are really tricky, I would say, because it's typically we are unable to think all these about all these relations in advance. As I did risk research for 20 years, also in the European framework, so many things would have been so easy to be detected, but it was never done because it was overseen.
And the reason that you look afterwards on it, you can't imagine that there have been because those are however, and this, I would say it's an argument, this kind of, as I take her argument with regard to, let's look really differently, not from, not within the framework, but from the outside, would be this third order observation, which I claimed, which would be the cosmopolitization process, really for such a real cosmopolitization process, really important. And that would be meaning to make clear and to offer audiences to represent these tailored connections which might take place, and then to rethink how ethical standards might be applied. Because I would say, as I know so far, these documents from the European Commission, they are really minimum standards formulations.
What they could agree on.
Yeah. It's about that. So not everyone is fine. No one feels restricted. That's good. But that's a part of the problem in itself.
Yeah, that
you know.
and I think at the end of the text, it's a bit the idea that metaphorization of AI, that something that you can just speak, but it's only at a discursive level, which is perhaps right to what you do. But I was wondering also if we leave the text and think about technology here, or imaginaries of AI here in Mexico or in Latin America, right? Like, I don't know if in the seminar we have run into any discussion about AI or something. Maybe I should ask Francisco, but he's just a bit distracted right now.
I guess just to add a little bit also, I mean, for instance, the concept of artificial, would that mean, I mean, of course, in Spanish, but you have several languages in Mexico. So, for instance, we had this discussion with the Chinese colleague who could tell us that, artificial means something completely different in Chinese than it does in English, for instance. So for instance, we would be curious to hear, what about the concept of artificial, the concept of intelligence? Would that have a different notion from for instance, a European or Spanish? I mean, do you have anything with that?
It's a big question. I'm looking at you. Francisco, have you run into, because I know you are doing the same, you have a discussion group, tienes un grupo de discusión y usan usan métodos digitales, pero me pregunto si inteligencia artificial es algo que han discutido.
No, de hecho estamos inaugurando una discusión que tiene que ver con esto y con las posturas de la ética, y con la discusión con YouTube sobre la localidad, ¿no? Sobre la reconstrucción del concepto universal de tecnología. Sobre todo leyendo textos antropológicos, etnográficos, sobre la tecnología en las culturas británicas. Es decir, cuando estaba escuchando la presentación y las preguntas, la participación de Ana María en este sentido, ¿no? Cuando lo de decolonización no tiene que ver con la ética, las cuestiones políticas. Recordaba esto, en la época prehispánica, es decir, en Latinoamérica, en Mesoamérica, no existe concepto de tecnología. No hay un término para eso, ¿no? Si tú quisieras hacer una inteligencia artificial prehispánica, está destinada al fracaso. ¿Sí? Porque no hay un concepto de eso. Pensar una inteligencia artificial es absolutamente europeo, ¿no? Moderno. Entonces, cuando preguntas el mismo artículo, ¿no? Creo que va por ahí. ¿No? De fondo parece que tendríamos que construir un concepto de tecnología que tuviera en cuenta estas particularidades. ¿Sí? No, es decir, ni siquiera en náhuatl o en maya Hay una palabra para lo tecnológico. Todos son palabras de aparatos o de acciones particulares, no como técnica. Que tiene que ver con procesos, con el nacimiento de algo. No hay una palabra para eso. Entonces, creo que darle la vuelta a la decolonización de la inteligencia artificial tiene que ver con que parece que es imposible, pero un poco, ¿por qué tendríamos que estar, o sea, por qué tendría que haber una inteligencia artificial mexicana?
Ajá.
¿No? Sí, o peruana.
Sí, sí, sí.
Creo que esta línea que, ¿no?, en el seminario estamos intentando hacer de rastrear qué podría ser tecnología en Mesoamérica prehispánica, no hay nada parecido. Puede poner un enfoque particular a esta pregunta. Sí, pero bueno.
Sí, ¿no?
Este sería un problema con la cosmovisión, ¿no? O sea, si no se tiene como este concepto más allá de la cuestión del lenguaje, pues es que también hay que entender como formas de entender el.
Sí, es que ahí, ¿qué tipo de prácticas había en Mesoamérica? O sea, eso, no hay prácticas, no hay haceres tecnológicos. Si hablas de tecnología, siempre es.
Ni siquiera hablando de tecnología como tú lo propusiste, en el sentido de que la filosofía sería una tecnología. Por ejemplo,
eso es lo que estamos trabajando.
De la palabra.
Eso estamos trabajando. O sea, es exactamente el punto del trabajo del seminario.
Sí.
Sí, por eso engarza perfectamente con la. Pero hay que construir, ¿no?, las condiciones de la discusión, que no son propiamente éticas, desde mi punto de vista. Perdón, cuestiones técnicas.
Yeah, yes. I think I'll try. I think the gist of it was that the question about what is Mexican AI doesn't make sense to us, and part of the reasoning behind that was that pre-colonial times, there is no wording, for example, for technology in Mesoamerican culture. Yeah, I mean, whatever, there is no technology in the sense that you can correlate it with European notion or modern notion of technology, not European, modern notion of technology. So then the question, the question doesn't really make sense, right? And what is needed is to create the conditions to ask something like that question. Because right now, you just ask it like that, it's like, yeah, it's an European question or a modern question that doesn't apply to. But one thing, Anna, you wanted to say something?
Yeah,
I want to say something.
But like maybe in terms of imaginaries, it's more interesting. So what people in Mexico, for example, imagine when you say AI or inteligencia artificial.
Sí.
So what does that say? So I don't know, even if it's clear that sometimes you speak with this thing. And so I wonder if that's a way to look at it. So it's not so much about being Mexican in the sense of being pre-colonial, but maybe it's like Mexican in the sense of just like the geographical context, where these things like are received and people like understand something under the concept of artificial intelligence. So maybe like if it is feared or not, like this is maybe something like what kind of emotions it produces. So I have no idea, I have to say, but for me that would be also interesting.
But just to relate it very fast with like also from Francisco talk, like this idea that at least in philosophy in Mexico, technology is something to be get away from in a way, right? Like
Right, in this one, first we should keep in mind that no concepts are not static, right? Obviously, I think that we have seen just recently a surge of interest and optimism, I guess, in AI, because we, when I say AI, I mean artificial intelligence as this academic anglophone think tank, artificial intelligence, right? That you mentioned earlier, because we managed to, the academic community has managed to overcome a certain folk imaginary of a Pygmalion type of AI, right? We're going back to the kind of thing that Ferdinand is doing, sort of the AI as a counter example to that, because I think in this Occidental imaginary, for a very long time, by artificial intelligence, everyone, or the collective imaginary, referred to some anthropocentric person who type of agency, and we can have a dialogue, right? It's only recently because of what we observed that you know, powerful computers can do with big data and with and how, you know, social networks can be used, say, for predictions and stuff like that. That we overcame that imaginary that I call it imaginary. So I think that, you know, what Anna was saying in the way, yeah, I would like to what, you know, when the survey would be interesting, what, say, Mexico, people in Mexico would think of when they hear about artificial intelligence or something like that. Yeah,
I think we really wanted to add something. He knows something.
I'm not. I'm very good artist. What comes to mind when I hear that is their algorithms to look at the accumulate the data that I look up in the internet, that kind of thing. And the other one is paper definitions, which is very scary.
So very realistic face.
And not really, but even more origin scary. And I mean, it's a matter of perspective. Because it's not the same for me to be worried about what they would do with my internet, my history, yeah, my search history, and what maybe some friends of mine, you know, are like very active, very organized, anarchists, they are actually being persecuted. I mean, many of the ways they have been found and those problems are now known by the intelligence agencies. Have been invaded. And also security comes, so that's I think that's also very interesting. I mean, really for me, it's like a very theoretical interest, very abstract thinking. It's not the same for those really watching reasonable things of seeing that they are when we ask them not to be good. And that makes me much more well than I. So I think that is a very different perspective. If we start doing those kind of questions, right? This kind of many interesting things. I myself cannot understand what happened. I'm not worried by being persecuted and but many friends of mine are just by asking literally. So it's a very different thing. Listen to those voices, and I think like for my point of view, it's a very difficult. I mean, I don't embody that reality. I think that's very interesting thing to ask, and then that's just I mean, I don't know the technical subtlety, but I think that's very interesting fact or asking people actually.
I think there's one thing really astonishing as too is that often these naive ideas offered by the European Commission about what AI does and all these economic fueling stuff. One can imagine, but at the same time, one is really asking whether they are asking the right questions with regard to that. This kind of technology offers really new opportunities to make prosecution against people and more effectively. And any people they do not like. So it's really with regards to governing and or the forms of governing, really a highly sensitive technology, because it's offering really tons of options to make prosecution more effective.
Look at China.
Yeah.
I think this is a great point for like the colonizing AI.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
just like asking how AI affects life in different contexts. And so maybe like the kind of the worries that are like European worries have nothing to do with the kind of worries that in other locations are important.
Yeah.
Actually, what I like in Europe, we worried about our data privacy laws, so AI basically, they got a lot of data, their profiles, and marketing, and that kind of stuff. You don't care about that. Like, people are really exporting to this, people don't care about that. That's not their AI, they're here for AI.
For us, we can really imagine, right? I mean, saying, well, these people are asking the police not to kill them, right? It really requires a little bit of imagination to make sense of it and then to further on understand how digital technology plays a role in that.
Maybe we should also
Wrap up.
wrap up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the type of discussion that I think we wanted to generate. And for me, it's very revealing. I think you put it very well in your last question, like how AI affects lives in different contexts. That's a good way to phrase it in here. And of course, Europe has a more optimist version of AI, even with all the issues that it has, but it's like it can be regulated, right? We can, and I think it's very interesting to hear here, and of course it resonates with me and friends, right? Like technology is not going to be regulated in the same ways, and therefore it's a possibility for other types of operation that already exist in a system like in Mexico or in places like America, right? So I don't know. For me, that's super revealing.
I think also just to wrap up, one of the things we've also found out or discovered during this sort of running this reading group is also these sort of questions that we raise, how they are suddenly we see them as coming from a very particular and privileged cultural position of asking critically to AI, even sometimes the sort of having the discussion of decoloniality is also run by privileged people. We've been looking very much into Africa and sort of decoloniality in a sort of African context. And many of the thinkers, if you look at it, but they are educated in the US, right? And if you look at what comes out of Africa, if there's something ever coming out, it comes from South Africa. So this sort of critiquing, even sort of decoloniality as a form of critique, is a highly privileged position that's deeply culturally embedded.
Yeah, and I guess then what we can ask from a European perspective is to what extent like these kind of imaginaries that we are producing are superimposed on other regions of the world. And I think that's also part of our project to kind of feel, is this being picked up elsewhere, these European discourses and If so, how are they being picked up? Is it through the World Bank or is it through World Economic Forum or all these kind of global institutions that are working with the technology outside of Europe? So I guess that's also part of our project to kind of feel if our European discourses are being picked up elsewhere and what is done with them when they are picked up and if they are. Yeah.
If I may, I agree with this direction. Just this is what I was wanted by saying that it's extremely difficult to do away with all European bias, right?
Yeah.
I think that should not be a goal. The goal should be, I think, to make those small but really important changes that are possible, and then to be critically aware, right, of how things are and work in awareness of that.
And perhaps just to close that, the idea is that we have a continuity of this discussion too, right? So just so you know that there are the possibilities to have another seminar in the future in August or somewhere else. Here again. Yeah, that's part of the intentions also behind. So it's not just like one day talking, but like a more recurrent.
So there's really no end date on this project. So this is not a funded project. It's just
It's a real
project. It's a real
That's cool.
project. Yeah, great. So everybody talks about, oh, I have this DRC brand or whatever, but this is just pure interest.
I like very much the library. Thank you. The way it works.
Absolutely. So because it's about offering these different readings.
Yeah.
And make transparent how we intellectually work and our boundary conditions, what our limits are. Our thinkings, but also our strengths, what we do. And that's really interesting to uncover this. So perhaps it should be really an opportunity to make workshops all over the world.
Yeah.
So, to not have this conversation, perhaps one find a way that would be really interesting to include the typically excluded.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
We've talked about making this kind of traveling circles.
Yeah, and we've also talked about how to make the library public to other people rather than sort of making this a giant library. Continue thinking of it as more like a bootleg library.
Right.
Sort of building it into a Raspberry Pi and saying, so here's our library, we give it to you, and now you can work on your library, building on ours, and sort of different, sort of exploring different modes of continuing this sort of library.
That's also the brought up, right? Because then we have our notes from our first seminar where we first discussed the text, so it's just being built on.
Yeah, but thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you everyone for joining for the first day. So I guess we will look for food. My idea was to go to Coyoacán, but maybe it's boring for you by now.
No.
So if you're
We were also asked, I know you have a common colleague, Søren, and he will also come to Coyoacán. So
let's
Looking forward.
wrap up.
Great.